I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 756. I've got a great guest for us tonight, of course, as it says on your screen. Angel Smiles, as I'm talking in the background. Hello, how are you? You want to tell everybody how you're doing and where they can find you?
I'm doing amazing this evening for certain, and you can always find me on Instagram at 11_ angel_smiles_11. I'm also on Facebook as Angel Smiles. There's a couple YouTube channels floating around out there that will get hotter and heavier as things roll forward. We've got Angel Side Piece, and I do mean peace. And then we also have Angel Starlight Tarot. I've played on both of those channels. There's some content there, and there will be more to come on both of them.
Yeah, right on. Well, thank you for coming and hang out this evening. As we both know, I've been trying to get this story nailed down for quite some time. So I appreciate you finally coming on and sharing.
It's been a long time in the making for certain. That was my cat and my fan in my window that we won't have a problem with anymore. Definitely, it's been a long time in the making, and when the time is right, the time is right, and here we are. Pleasure to be here for certain. Thanks for having me.
Right on. I guess it's a fair question right off the bat. I'm getting ready to roll one up myself. What are you smoking on this evening, or what will you be smoking on this evening?
I actually have several goodies in front of me right now. I have the W2 loaded up for the quick, easy accesses. This is a newer tool that we've been introduced to recently that is serving great purpose. And then I definitely have some cookies and cream to roll up here in just a little while. I have some of the super duper old school blackberry grape stomper that I'll be playing in a little bit. And I actually do even have some CBG with me as well. And that's really nice for our pain relief, for our stomach issues, things of that nature. So there's actually quite a bit down here in front of me. We'll see what I play in as we go. Oh, and my cigarettes, guys. Sorry, those will be involved. They come along with me. And
that's your old choice there. So this off when we met a number of years ago, you had already had an plant. So it's a fair question and the normal question: when did it all start? When did cannabis come into your life? When was the first time?
Well, my reality is it's a little bit, I'm a little bit of the unique stories out there. I've had cannabinoids in my system since I was in womb, literally. I had one of those mothers who continued to smoke her weed while she was pregnant for me. And it was never something that was really kept away from me either. Many people that were around me were regular users, and in a sense, I was very much so that toddler sitting on her lap while she smoked a joint with the words floating around me. It was the only way I could keep her from climbing off the walls. She didn't really know what she was doing, but I certainly thank her for it today in ways that she couldn't have imagined. When I first started actually partaking myself, I would have been about 8 years old. 8 years old when it became a very regular thing for my own self, and something that I was definitely drawn to naturally. I wasn't one of the ones that was really drawn to the other things. I mean, had my days with, say, drinking some alcohol with the better of them, but I always went back to, hey, where's that doobie? Where's that joint? Not realizing what I was doing by no means, but I was certainly medicating myself in ways that I didn't understand, but it was working. And that's clearly why I kept kind of returning back to it. And it was just very normal in my world. Family, friends, my house, everybody's house, right down to the law enforcement that was around me in those days. We seen it, we knew it, it was happening, and it just, it was a part of my life. And it always has been, right down to the nasty cigarettes.
It's nice to know that we do share somewhat of a similar upbringing. It's been a part of my past as long as I can remember. It's been there in one shape or form. So that's pretty awesome. So it sounds like you obviously enjoyed the first time. I mean, how did it necessarily progress from there? I mean, that's pretty young age and hard to score. Hard to score when you're that age. So how does it move on from there?
It moves on in the sense that even though I was the ages that I was, the people that I was around were always much older than I was. So my friends were already in that 13, 14, 15, 16-year range. And I was the child that would much rather be hanging out with the adults than playing in the bedroom with the toys. So it wasn't difficult. I didn't even know it was a problem. I didn't know it was an issue to get your hands on stuff. I heard the conversations. I knew that they were getting in the brickweed or they were getting in the Christmas bud or, things of that nature. It was always there. It was always there, whether it was a little joint or it was the full bag that we were getting our hands on. It was definitely always right there for me. And I think it was supposed to be. I mean, we know everything happens for a reason and everything that is supposed to be already is anyways. But it was clearly supposed to be a huge part of my upbringing, even in the years when most would have never condoned the kind of child that I was, for sure. Coffee.
So what was it that drew you in? Uh, was it the way it made you feel? Did you like the taste? What was the draw?
For me, I was raised by a single mother and I was an only child. There is a very strong history of a lot of anxiety, frustrations, things of that nature that float through the family. And one of the first things that I had noticed was that, just like my mom had said in my super young years, it sat me down. It slowed my mind down enough to where I could catch up with everything that was trying to process all at once. I have one of those minds that kind of have 11,000 tabs open and rolling and connecting all at the same time. I didn't know that was abnormal, but I did know that smoking a joint helped me sit down. And then I also knew that sometimes it made me want to get up and go do shit. But it made me want to get up and go do stuff without so much of the anxiety. So yeah, that was probably the first thing that was recognizable to me, was I kind of wanted to sit down and chill. I didn't want to be bouncing off the walls like the little crazy Leo that I was. Sure. I'm crazy.
Nice. So do you remember some of the cannabis that was around you in the beginning days? Or when was the first time that you actually, was like, that's my jam?
Uh, I can say that as much as I don't necessarily remember hearing of specific strains per se, but I definitely heard all of the stories of all of our super old school strains. So I remember my mom talking about my uncle's drawer that was full of jars with Acapulco Gold and all of the lovely strains that back then you take your 2 hits off of and you're spun out for hours on end, and all of the great stories that they have that come along with those. So yeah, a lot of the old school, the Acapulco Gold is the one that really sticks out right now, probably because of the gold.
Right on, right on. So when did it become like a regular thing? Was it a regular thing right from the get, or did it get deeper and deeper as your teenager years kind of went along?
Yeah, good call. Actually, right there, because as much as it was very regular and it was always around, it was always something that was around me. I started having babies very, very young, and I went into the opposite mode with my own. So I had my first daughter 3 months before I turned 16 years old, and she's 27 today. And I did keep it away from my children, like crazy, really. I went to extensive lengths to make sure that it wasn't something that was around them. By that point, society had really kind of gotten into the brain, and of course, it was nowhere near the medical legalization or the rec legalization that we have today. So I turned into the basement smoker. I was still very much so smoking daily, but it was break time. It was in the basement. It was with my smokeless bullet, where there was nothing. There was nothing that my kids could see or get to that would that would flag anything. And although still daily, they were unaware of it, so it was a little less frequent. The tolerance, I guess you could say. I didn't have the tolerance that I have today after understanding now the endocannabinoid system and keeping that thing fed and rocking and rolling like we need it to. So it was probably it was probably about 30, to be honest, about 28, 30, somewhere in there, when I really started making sure that I was using it even more frequently during the day. And then after 30 is when we really started hearing those words together: medicine, marijuana, legal, MMMA. We started hearing all these words floating around, and I really started diving into as much information as I possibly could to figure out why. Why is it that I'm hearing these two words together? What I didn't realize at the time was that I had already been explaining it in a medicinal form prior to even hearing the words together. With the same convo as my children and keeping it away from them, I also vowed that I would never lie to my children. If they asked me the right questions, they would certainly get the truth of the answers. And we had always had the drug conversations and you're dabbling in this, experimenting and that kind of thing. And my 14-year-old, my oldest, came home from school one day and she looked me dead in my eyes and she said, "So, you say people experiment. When is it that you quit experimenting?" And I kind of stopped dead in my tracks and I took her downstairs. "You come with me. We need to have a little bit of a conversation." And I took her down and I opened up my little box at the time. I had my little smokeless and I had my little set of scales and I had my little pipe in there. And I kind of pulled it out and explained it to her in the sense of what you see on the commercials are melting folks into the couch, things of that nature. Can people use it for those reasons? Absolutely, 100%. Your mom, your mom is down here using this tool for these reasons, and it's to help knock the edge off, and it's this and it's that. And then when we started hearing the words together, I realized that that's how I had already been explaining it, was as medicine, not realizing that it was even possible at the time. For that to take place. Like medicine, marijuana, we've been told our entire lives that this is wrong and you're almost dirty, rotten if you partake. I happened to grow up across the street from our chief of police, and there was lots of involvement, and never was marijuana a problem even then. Not once. He would drink a beer on his porch while my mom sat on her porch smoking a joint, because it wasn't a problem. And so again, when the two words started coming together, the same chief of police, who's actually now the Flushing Township supervisor, one of my very best friends, and his nephew, we lost him to heart problems. And what I didn't know at the time of that happening was that he had already known the amount of medicinal value that was there. And the reason that we had lost him was because of his heart conditions. And he had been using marijuana to lower his blood pressure when he couldn't get to his medications. And the day that we lost him, he was actually in the shower waiting for his ride to get there to take him so he could get to his joint, so he could calm his blood pressure down, and sadly wasn't able to make it. And even his everyday friends in our youngest years had no idea that he had already dove into all this research, per se, and realized what it was truly doing for us. Don't think things were aware like the endocannabinoid system, per se, but he definitely knew that it was lowering his blood pressure. So I kind of grew up across the street from a chief who knew better, who now runs townships, who likes to try to write ordinances that kind of harm us when it comes to the medicinal level and the medicinal value that we're able to put out to our people.
So I may have missed, I cut out there for a brief second, but it kind of, what was your reason? I mean, was it just because of like legal pressures that you chose to kind of keep it away from the kids? Because honestly, we sounds like we come from a similar background, so it just, I don't know why it hit me a little odd that you kind of went the opposite way. And I love that picture behind you, by the way. Anyways,
I go here, I go this way. Yeah, she's my girl back there. She's been watching over me for a while. Thank you. Yes, the legal aspect of it. By the time I was having children, I was 15, turning 16. And those were the moments that I realized that I could literally have my child taken away from me for this. And her dad and her dad's family, they were drinkers. My family, my people had always been the cannabis users, and his people and his family had always been the drinkers that looked down upon us smoking. So I was involved in exactly that. I had to worry about what could possibly come down the way if that information got into the wrong hands. What if it was my child that went to school and said the wrong thing without knowing any better, and ultimately was taken out of my home for it? And that was not something that I was willing to risk. I was not your stereotypical 15-year-old mother, by no means. I was kind of born into this world. My cat is loving this because she is literally doing circles in this room right now, and she doesn't do this in here. So there's something going on with the energy for sure. There was no way I was going to risk losing my child. I was kind of born into this world, my mother's mother, as she says, and my children were everything, the utmost importance. So it didn't matter how much I supported it. I certainly couldn't be loud about it and risk having my children taken until we started hearing those words together. And I started diving into that research. And when I realized exactly what was going on, and that we were truly reversing cancers, and that we were truly reversing thyroid conditions using cannabis, I definitely dove back in. I didn't want my card. I didn't need to be put on some kind of a list with the state. In my mind then, I was in the schools far more than I was anywhere else, and there was just zero reason for me to be on a state list somewhere. It eventually happened, of course. And then I eventually walked into my first store, which again was something I would have just not considered. I was at the schools with my kids and their sports and their stuff. I wasn't going to get caught walking into a dispensary. It happened. It needed to happen. And I walked in asking very basic questions and on the medicinal side, and they struggled to answer my questions. And I knew right then and there that I really needed to get in so I could help people understand what was happening. And I truly had no idea how deep that was really going to go. I didn't know anything about the endocannabinoid system at that point.
It's a deep rabbit hole for sure. For sure. But you've tackled it well, and have spent many, many years, trying to teach others what you've learned, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, for sure. It's been a road. It's been a very long road of some very unique situations and circumstances. that has led me now into 2022 and right here tonight, per se. The stores that I began with, it was all at my disposal. And when I mean that, I mean I had full retail in front, of all of our grow supplies. I had our lights, I had our nutrients. I was watching our caregivers come in and out, and seeing what they were using and how they were using it. And then they would bring those meds back into me, of course, because at that point we could put our caregiver meds inside our stores. And they would, so I was not only seeing what they were using, but then I was also seeing the medicine that was being created. And then I was in the office with the patients individually at times, well, in the later part of things, big time individually. We had went from all of our lovely back room, big glass jars, and then the laws flip-flopped on us overnight, and we went into individual office where I was working with people on one. And and I was getting all kinds of different aspects of knowledge at the time that I didn't realize was going to build up to this 14 years later. I thought I was just sitting in an office understanding cannabinoids and profiles and terpenes, on just a deeper level than what others were willing to dive into, or better yet, what they even knew they could dive into. We don't know until we know. And so if you're not looking for it, then you don't really realize the information that you're lacking. When I started diving into that, thinking I was only working with patients, I was getting all of this outsideness happening at the same time, that has given me a very wide range of experience, when it comes to the plant itself, and not only the plant and the growing and the homeostasis within the plant, but then that marijuana is medicine and creating that homeostasis within the humans that were in front of me. It's a little bit of a different game when it comes to that. Understanding the plant for the plant and how to create an amazingly healthy plant, and understanding the plant as medicine and how it's reacting inside of a being, still trying to create that homeostasis. It's just a little bit of a different level. And I was getting both at the same time, long before we even went legal. I mean, not to, but we always had the best of the best around, especially after, 2007, 2008, even just prior to that. There was always the best of the best. I've always been attached to our growers that were creating amazing medicine for us. So getting into the stores definitely just kind of helped spring that forward. And I was always around the guys that knew what they were talking about when it came to creating amazing medicine, clean medicine, medicinal medicine, organic medicine. The ones that were really striving to understand the plant, to grow the plant to its potential, so that it was creating the medicine that I could then give to the patients in front of me. And it was an amazing circle of experience that literally began Atherton Road days, Flint. And then I was in through and around the majority of the stores over the years. So I had experiences in each one of them that were vastly different, and have brought me to the understanding that I have today after working with it.
That was one of the things that when I had met you, that I was really impressed with, because they're so early on in the game there wasn't a whole lot of explanation going on. There wasn't people trying to get make patients understand what they were smoking, why they were smoking it, why, you know what I mean? It was more, just uh, pretty faces trying to sell bud, I think, was the purpose for a lot of the dispos back then. And so I don't think the point of, you know, why it was a medicine and why you needed it, what you needed it for, wasn't being pushed, if you will. So how was it on your end? How was were people taking or wanting to accept knowledge of the was it yeah, just you know what I mean, or just what's top shelf? I mean, how hard was it to get to people to think of it as a medicine? The reason why they were there.
I can honestly say that the difficulty level has been extreme. It's been extreme in some cases. Very wide range. Again, you very much so had your people that was coming into us specifically because they did want to understand it as medicine. They're hearing that it will help with their COPD, or that help them get hungry if they're doing chemo treatments, things like that. So they come in with those very basic questions. But then you also do have your ones like we've all been, where we've smoked for years and years and years, and now they're walking into me trying to give them a little bit more information that helps open up their doors a little bit. And it can be a difficult realm. Usually by the end of it, I kind of win the battle and they realize what it is that I'm trying to say. And they're like, oh, wow, and blown away by it. But it's been a very difficult road. It's been probably even more difficult to help our very own understand, to be honest. It's been more difficult helping our very own understand than it has been the actual people, the public, the patients that I've been dealing with, for sure.
Why does it seem like it's almost easier then to talk to people about the power of the medicine than it is today? It seems like it's harder today to get to people, and we're fucking 10 plus years into it, here in Michigan, and it still seems like when you want to talk about the medicine, it's like okay for a minute or two, but then that's even if you can get them to even stop and listen to the plant as a medicine. And it's really, I don't know, I'd say that's the power of the plant. That's, I mean, that's, I don't know.
In those beginning years, when I was actually in those first locations, I was also running the one of the biggest doctor's offices that we had in Michigan at the time. So I worked alongside Dr. Proctor 2-3 times a week, and our stores were the ones that took in the majority of the patients in Michigan for a very, very long time. And you're absolutely right. It was actually a little bit easier then, when the words together were very common or becoming more common. Again, medicinal marijuana. We had adopted the MMMA. It was people initiated. It was for the medicine. It was a medical state. Along the way and over the years, more and more people definitely treated it like a joke. They really looked at it like we were only saying what we were saying to get high. And that has definitely been a huge thorn for some of us, for sure. They don't want to understand that all use is medical use. They just don't. They want to believe that they're getting high, or they want to believe that the people that are trying to vouch for this medicine that absolutely has the ability to reverse cancer cells, force cancer cells to commit suicide, literally turn over and eat themselves. We're just bullshit because we just want to get high. That's not true. And that concept has worsened over the years. The closer we moved into the Michigan licensing laws, and then for sure once we hit the rec laws, that were vastly, vastly misunderstood. Definitely proposed a stronger issue in getting people to hear, because now that they can just smoke that joint to get high, they can't wrap their minds around it anymore. And it is a little bit more difficult to reel them in. And again, a lot of our very own.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of tables when we go a lot to some of these events, even offering like any kind of RSO, for patients like that. It seems like that is still a niche thing, you know. I don't know. How do you feel about recreation being pushed so quickly and medical, yeah. What's your thoughts on that?
Um, I I am sad. I'm very sad. Very, very sad. As much as I want this to be free for everyone to use, and I want people to know that if we want to smoke it on a recreational level, we certainly can. We can certainly sit around a sesh table and have an amazing time whenever we would like. It has put a huge damper on the medicinal side, for sure. There is less care around the medical side of this in a state that's been medical much, much longer than it's been recreational. Um, it's been disheartening to see it happen, legitimately disheartening, because it did pull things away from the medical information so much that the people they don't care, and the ones that do are being overpowered by the ones who don't. And we are definitely getting even more, I would say, more far and few in between than we were for a minute. Definitely.
What are some of the better cultivars you've seen over the years for use of medicine? Are there any that kind of really stand out? And we'll start there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm sad we're missing a lot of them these days, to be honest. I absolutely love that we are able um, to create different strains. I am very excited that we can breed different strains to create different medicines, and sadly, over time, that really has taken over and killed out a lot of the strains that have been very, very valuable. That I've witnessed over and over and over again, hundreds and thousands of people that, in a sense, say the same thing about the same strains. And either they get pushed out by the growers because the plant itself is just not worth that grow for one reason or another. Or they're just kind of bred out. But the one of the mains for me, and yeah, some of you are not going to like this, but it is what it is. Blue Dream, guys. Blue Dream was literally some of the most amazing medicinal medicine that we had for a really long time, for so many reasons. So many reasons. It was amazing for migraines. Some of my worst migraine patients, the only relief they could get was smoking Blue Dream. Any other strain wouldn't do it for them. It was a great sativa dominant, and I would so love to talk about these terms at some point as well, because they're getting a really bad rap out there these days. The word strain, the word sativa, the word indica, there's some issues that are starting to revolve around those terms. But in the medicinal side of things, we've definitely always used them to help patients who have medical conditions and ailments understand, as a rule of thumb, how those different strains are going to react within their body. So for Blue Dream, it was an amazing, what we considered a sativa dominant hybrid. Some would even have called it an even hybrid, a 50-50. But what we noticed right away was that it was giving our anxiety patients the lift up that they needed in their mind, the mental get up and go, without bringing on that anxiety. And for a very long time, it was described as having a higher CBD count on it than your typical sativa dominant strain. As a rule of thumb, we knew at that point, and I'm talking years ago, we knew that kind of the higher the sativa, the more of that med was going to hit the head, lift up the mind, get it racing, get it going. Kind of the deeper the indica, the more of that medicine was going to go full body relaxation, slow the mind down a little bit, anxiety relief, those kinds of things. And Blue Dream specifically hit all of the nails for so many different patients that it was an amazing, well-rounded strain. A lot of our growers didn't like its performance in a grow room. So of course, over time, it's really kind of gotten pushed out of there. The opposite end of that fence would be our old school blue cheese. Where's the old school blue cheese, guys? Like the cheesy blue cheese. That was the opposite end of the fence. We had that great kind of sativa-y lift up in the mind from that blue dream. But then blue cheese has my brain because it's another one that I did not give enough credit. When I first started realizing there was differences, I didn't like to slow down. I didn't like to sit down. I was a mom. I worked 70 hours a week. The last thing I could do was slow my mind down or slow my body down, until I was working and coming home and smoking a high sativa, and then I wasn't sleeping. So I had to experience some of those indica dominant strains and really start to find that homeostasis within me, the medicine, my times, my days, etc., and blue cheese, the old stuff, and really truly cheese of any kind at this point, but those older school strains for sure just did an amazing job all the way around for many different ailments, not just relieving that anxiety or getting somebody to sleep at night. But that cheese is just, it's a really nice balancer in a lot of different areas for a lot of different ailments. Sometimes the list just goes on and on because you're dealing with a per patient and a per ailment situation.
Yeah, the blue cheese was an amazing cultivar. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, it's one of those ones that greedily, because of like yield, we set aside. That's one of them things. The medical value, yield. You know what I mean? It's a toughie sometimes to make that call as caregivers. Which ones to keep and which ones to move forward with. We try to keep as many as possible, but of course laws limit things. But we try to at least keep one staple per patient. That's what I've always tried to do. Let them try the whole menu. You know what I mean? And let them. Oh, that, like I said, that's my jam, and I try to keep that plus a couple alternatives for each.
Good. It's good. That's all I can say. Props to you, because not all are kind of willing to do that, for sure. The couple others, the Pinkani Paralyzer, even the Agent Orange. My whole world. That stuff was my whole world for the longest time, and again for a lot of different reasons. But because of its performance overall, it kind of got weeded out and twisted around and moved around. And those would be 3 or 4 that I cannot come across that kind of medicine anymore. I think in part because, and honestly, because the THC percentages are so high these days, even in what we consider those indica strains. And yes, I do keep using sativa and indica, and I will continue to use sativa and indica and hybrid because it very much so helps. It helps our people understand on levels that that others might not. Other words, we don't have terms to replace those yet to help the everyday average person that is looking at marijuana as medicine. To just start diving in and journaling and figuring out what it is that's working for them and what it's not. So I'll keep using the terms. Oh, well, he's a little bit froze up right now on my end for sure. But with that said, I don't disrespect the knowledge that we now have. It's knowledge that we didn't have a while ago, many years ago. Everybody wrote on sativa, indica, hybrid. There's a lot of education and there's a lot of knowledge that can be fed into that so that the people do understand that there's a technicality at play here. but helping them understand that rule of thumb of how it's going to interact with them as they're honing into which cultivars, which strains work best for them. It's still a good rule of thumb, and there's no reason that we just can't advance the knowledge. We use purple, green, up, down. We have to use terms every day to describe things as humans, whether we like it or not. And I see nothing wrong with continuing to help people understand how the medicine acts within them, for them.
I agree. We're still in a very much in a transition period with cannabis, the old terms and that. And there's people just waking up to
Oh, he's froze up. I don't know if he's froze up for you guys or not. All right, hang on. I'm opening the chat. See what's
Can you
going
hear me
on.
now?
I can hear you now. There you are.
Can you hear me now? Let me switch networks right. That's a bummer. There we go. We should have a better connection now. All right. That's a bummer because what I when I go on a little rant. Basically, what I said was we are in a new transition period still to this day with people, and people are just in some areas waking up with cannabis. So we have to, kind of use terms that they know and have been grown up with, but in the same aspect, we kind of need to use proper terminology, sneak it in there, and kind of make them understand. I'm guilty as such myself. I've had deleafing versus defoliating, stupid stuff I've said over the years that just kind of makes sense. People can relate to a little bit more, but I've had people readers like just ask me straight out, please help. Stop saying strains. Stop saying strains. Help us, step
Right.
up a little bit. But
Right.
so I appreciate it. I get it.
And
Whatever.
I
What makes
go ahead.
I was just gonna say whatever makes whatever makes it easier to get the message across, I guess.
And I'm all for helping. I really am. I'm not for degrading the degrading part that I'm seeing out there a lot. The straight up turning it into a joke. And or treating people lesser than because they're using those terms. We've been using those terms across the country for the entire duration. That is what people know. We can continue, like you just said, sneaking the terms and helping them understand. Helping to educate them is a beautiful thing. That's how we've gotten to where we are. I've never in my life educated somebody by laughing at them or making them feel less than because they might not know something yet. Or because they're describing something in the only terms that they can relate with. I can't do that part.
So I guess my next question is somebody that has seen as much medicine pass through their hands as you have over the last few years, how do you feel the quality of the medicine is from conception here in Michigan versus what you see as a medicine today? What, what's your opinion?
My opinion is we definitely have great medicine out there today. We definitely just experienced quite a bit of that out at the Organic Cup. And that, of course, is a lot of our new, what we would consider designer strains, and strains that have been designed with a purpose behind them. So the value is still there. I definitely do miss the values that we once had. I can honestly say that I have yet to get as medicated, as high off of anything today than I did back in the day, to be honest. The feeling is no more the same. I have been far more medicated. I've been far more high off of things that average at a 13, 15% THC than I have been today with some of those higher percentages that we work with. I find that the balance has been thrown off. We have gotten really, really good at manipulating the plant, which is amazing. We've gotten really good at being able to separate the cannabinoids to some degree, which is also amazing. It allows people like myself to have a very wide range of product to help somebody learn how to create that homeostasis within themselves. I think in the process of us doing that, including myself, in the process of doing that, I think we have kind of thrown off how those cannabinoids and terpenes balance off of each other. I've always kind of explained it as we have this tree, and we have this rule of thumb on all of these cannabinoids or terps or whatever it is that we're looking at. And then there's all these branches that are kind of coming off around it. And all of those branches have their own little jobs. And when they all work together, they create an effect. They create a homeostasis, of course. And even though we can grow beautiful plants these days, and we can make them look super, super gorgeous, I truly feel that a lot of them no longer have that true medicinal balance in there. I think we've thrown that rule of thumb off. There isn't enough cannabinoid anymore to help support the amount of THC that we're adding. So even some of those strains that I would normally suggest for people to use to say get to sleep or calm the anxiety or ease the pain. Ease the pain is another huge one. When we have those higher sativa percentages, we're not easing the anxiety in those same names anymore, in those same strains, in those same cultivars. We're not creating the same effects. There isn't anywhere for a certain range of patient at this point to get medicine that they need easily, without separating the cannabinoids and adding other things into their medicinal regimen. They're not being able to just roll a joint anymore and not get anxiety, because even those deeper indica strains are creating anxiety in the people that I work with and the people that I have worked with since we've been pushing for it. I'd like us to figure that out. That's what I'd like. I'd like us to get back to some of that, the balancing action. The THC is a great a cannabinoid for a lot of things. We can lift up depression. We can give that mind a race. We can get it up and going. We can make it happy. It's great for depression. But we need to know who to give it to. The THC distillates, things of that nature. It's creating a tremendous amount of anxiety, tremendous amount of anxiety in our patients that are being told that they can relieve their anxiety with the medicine. They go in, they get the medicine they're told to get, and they're still getting anxiety. They don't believe us anymore. They don't believe us anymore. The trust level is starting to leave because the things that we once knew have changed so dramatically that we have to balance it differently.
I'm glad you bring that up, to be honest with you, because I do believe as the THC numbers go up, we are getting further and further away from the medical side of cannabis. 100. I've seen exactly what you're saying about cannabis causing anxiety because of the high numbers. I kind of questioned it because in myself, I had started to notice it a little bit with strains that were 30, you know what I mean, hitting the 30 range back when they first hit the 30 range. And then I sat back and I watched people that were actually doing more and more of the concentrates. the super high THC levels. And then I seen anxiety go across the board. And it really kind of hit me at that point that we were taking it further and further from the medicine, and it needed everything else. I think, as you've kind of pointed out, it puts too much into the THC production and less from everything else we need. It's just,
100%. And 100%. And with that said, of course, and my mom brain that kicks in, in that I'm just a product knowledge kind of guru by nature. Once I have a product in my hand and I can support it because it's working well, I need to know why it's working, how it's working, who it's going to work best for, those kinds of things. I hear you on the concentrate thing, because it is, of course, another product that has boosted the activation and the THC and what we're doing with it in extreme ways. I would love for us to start putting out the information that kind of helps counterbalance that helps our patients, our people understand how to counterbalance that, and that it is actually a problem. Something that I've always taught while I was in the stores is we can take a patient who's never suffered from anxiety, never suffered from anxiety, but they realize and they hone in to they like those higher sativa strains, those ones that hit the dome, the natural higher THC percentages, which is what we knew sativa strains, dominant strains to be about. They naturally had a higher THC percentage, naturally had a lower CBD percentage, and then the opposite for what we considered those deep indica strains. Naturally a lower THC, naturally a higher other cannabinoids in there. And to help them understand how those strains were operating within themselves, it was easy to give them the rule of thumb on kind of what those different dimensions were going to do, and then send them home with a specific product and have them use that product till it was gone, and then kind of switch to another product. So I would have them say, take what was considered a higher sativa strain and a deeper indica strain, and I would tell them to go home. I don't care if it's an eighth or it's a quarter, whatever you just walked out of here with each one. Use that specific strain until it's gone. Morning, noon, and night. However you normally smoke nothing but that one strain until it's gone. And then when that strain is gone, switch to the other one. Smoke it till it's gone. That's when they start to notice the difference between how the medicine is operating, and they start to kind of hone into how that THC is hitting the dome. Once they understand how THC is THC, is THC is THC. It doesn't, in my brain, it doesn't really matter what product we take it out of. It's going to feel the same and it's going to do the same. And it's designed to hit the dome, open up some stuff, and get stuff going and going. So the more our people understand that this is what the rule of thumb is, and this is how we counterbalance it, they start to hone in on what medicine they need when, whether that is in a concentrated form or it's a good old fashioned doobie that we're rolling up and smoking. And when it comes to the concentrates and the proper education behind them, it's a very easy tool for somebody who really truly does need to get a bulk of medicine in them in a quickness. The ones that don't necessarily have time to sit down, break up the joint, roll it up. Maybe they can't smell like the weed. Maybe they got to go to work. Maybe they're hitting that pen on their break. We have a lot of chronic patients who need higher doses of medicine, and a concentrate is an amazing way to get them that dose that they need so that they can keep trucking. Are they getting into what some might consider the wrong hands for the wrong reasons with no understanding behind them? So they're sending their emotions on a roller coaster. They're smoking this one, they're dabbing that one, they're having this gram, they're having that gram, and forcing their emotions to up and down. Absolutely. We need to teach them how to balance that out So when they do come up and that anxiety does creep on, that patient that never struggled from anxiety, the more they hit that sativa that they think they like, the more they hit that concentrate that's got a high activation of THC, them people are now suffering from anxiety. They're now bringing on that anxiety. They have to learn and how to counterbalance it, which is why we have different spectrums of the plant and everything in between, because we are truly to be using these to create the homeostasis within ourselves. I know when I need that race to the brain. I know when I need that brain to slow down. I know what those feelings are. And if we can teach others to understand it as well, it only opens more doors to their lovely medicating. And we can start reversing some of the things that we have created. And we have created a couple issues out there.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. So, how big of part of do you believe that terpenes play in the medicine? And it's, okay. Before you answer, I want to throw this in down there because I think it plays a part in the answer. Um, back when we first were able to produce medical cannabis here in Michigan, and it was more caregiver driven. For one, I think the difference is, because I asked you this question earlier, the difference in the medicine. I think there is some good medicine out there, but I think it's way different than the caregiver provided medicine. I think the large scale medicine does look good, smell good, but it doesn't have the same impact that, medicine grown with the passion that a caregiver puts into it has the same. Um, so I guess terpenes, we've seen at like the last event that we were at, a lot of different strains. And, I didn't see but maybe one or two that had a terpene profile or taste that really stood out. And I found that everything else was very similar, in structure and terpene profiles. Are we, because of hype times hype breeding, gonna really limit the medicine, the terpene profiles that are there, are available for us? And I guess the original question: how big of a part of the medicine are they?
It's a huge part as far as I'm concerned. I've definitely witnessed it be a huge part for the people that I've worked with over the years. It's been a huge part for me. We can take that Agent Orange, for example. Doesn't matter what time of the day it is. If I can get that terp, if I can get that realm, it is going to balance me out. It's not always going to work like that on somebody else. Each is to their own. Our own beings require different things. But for me, I can hone in on those specific smells and profiles that I know are going to serve me in a certain way. I know if I stick my nose in a jar and my face lights up, like, hey, that's something in there that my body is wanting, and it's typically going to be based off of the terpene at that point. It's the terpene that is that instinct for our senses to kind of go to, and I am with you. We are losing some of that. We truly are. I don't know if we consider it overgrowing. I'm not real sure if we consider it hype around certain strains, and then those strains, in a sense, being overused so that they're literally in everything. We know there's some of those that are the base of then every other thing that's bred out. So they're going to have a similar profile to some degree. I mean, of course, we have different phenos amongst it all. but there's still going to be kind of an underlying same. Hence, the med is going to work generally the same. The THC is going to work the same. And we are losing the array that we once had out there. I haven't smelled the Blue Dream profile in years. I haven't even smelled a true agent profile in years. That blue cheese I mentioned earlier, where's that profile at? We're definitely losing some of that for sure. I agree.
Me too. Me too. The reason I say that is because you know, back in the caregiver days, back before they were actually slapping labels on there to kind of help guide. And don't get me wrong, the information provided, the test results are 100% necessary and will help guide in the future. But what I'm saying though, back before, it was really being presented like that, it was 100% a nose thing. You weren't worried about if it was indica, sativa, whatever. It was sniff, sniff, sniff. That's it right there. And it was the terpenes that told you this was your medicine. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I totally agree that's what hits our senses first. And not only is it what's hitting our senses, but it's literally our nose connected to everything happening up there. So it definitely is that smell that hits first. And on an energetic level, I have to believe that is also our beings knowing that that's also a cannabinoid profile that our bodies are looking at as well. There's a difference. I can remember being very young and not understanding why some things sat me down and made me not want to do anything, and why some things picked me up and made me want to go run the roads. As it was coming about in the years later, it was one of the things that I needed to figure out. I knew it was dramatic for me, even as a kid. Like you said, we didn't know what we were getting. We were just getting what we were getting, and everything was what we thought was generally the same. But yet sometimes I could smoke this one and I'd sit, and sometimes I'd want to get up and go. We're losing a lot of that because a lot of it is being pushed into the same direction. And sadly, I really do think that that's got a lot to do with hype. I disrespected actually our Gorilla Glue strain for a long time, and that was the reason why, was because of the hype that surrounded it. I legitimately didn't give it the medicinal value that it deserved, because later in time and over just the last few years have I discovered what, again, amazing medicine that is and what it's actually able to do for our people. And again, we are losing all of that along the way compared to when we had just our caregivers going, when this was a caregiving state, and not only a caregiving state, but a state that was being self-governed by its own people. Because in this part, that's what we were doing in the earlier days. We were truly self-governing the cannabis community, because if they weren't bringing on what we needed, they either piped up and made it right, or they moved their way out of the industry part of it. They didn't bring us that med anymore. And we've quit self-governing. I believe we truly have done a lot of no more self-governing, and we've turned it over to the corporations that are allowing mass amounts of medicine to come out, all looking the same, tasting the same, smelling the same, and then not even allowing our patients to put their nose in it so they can see what kind of meds their body might need that day. Because we all know that it's not going to be the same today as it is tomorrow or next week. That changes for us over time. That's the whole point in all the spectrums of the plant itself.
Yeah, I am super, super fucking afraid of more large scale cannabis in general. Um, I can see because as you know, Jack Greenstock, shout out to Jack Greenstock. I had your name misspelled in the credit there. Jack
Uh,
was like, "You got it spelled right." Thank you, Jack. But
I don't. I can't really see any of it.
um, as he's pointed out, you know, the tobacco industry is already, I seen that coming anyway. We're the people that we're putting out of business. Why wouldn't they, you know, sink their fangs into the next up and coming thing? I think Big Pharma, to be honest with you, is the push behind recreational cannabis. So it will take the limelight off the medical side of the plant, to be honest with you. And I think once fucking big tobacco gets their hands on it, I think it's gonna be, you know, a lot of these strange. You'll see beautiful pictures of, you know, oh, this is your cannabis. But when you're buying the pre rolls and shit like that, I can see it just being large scale ground up. You know, just like they do cigarettes now, and you know, some of the cannabis I smoked this weekend. I think you know, it was certain strains and it was like blueberry pie. And, you know, you'd hit that and you'd be like, that's not fucking natural right there. You know what I mean? And you could tell it in the cough that as everybody passed it around. Sure, it kind of tasted nice on the palate, but you know that was 100% as somebody that grown cannabis for a very long time. I could tell that was some type of artificial flavoring going on there, and just to sell. You know what I mean? And the people that didn't, all right, the consumers, all right, that weren't necessarily growers, were loving it. You know, and oh, this is delicious, blueberry pie. You know, or it was blueberry muffin, to be honest with you. And I'm like, that's fucking all right. Yeah, it tasted all right, but that was so there was something, and I think that's what large scale cannabis is gonna be like. You know what I mean? They're just gonna spray on. Oh, you will love your OG Kush? Spray, spray, spray. There you go. It's as stinky as you want it to be, and I think it's gonna be quite the opposite of, you know, good cannabis. To be honest with you.
You're totally not wrong. And the reality is, we're the only ones that can even begin to change around or reverse what's been created. The ones that were here 10 years ago, the ones that have been here in the making of all of this and watched all of this transition, the ones that are able to connect all of those dots through the years, that realize what's happening, that can see the value that we're losing all the way around. We are the only ones that can step up and force it to reverse. And it takes more of us. It takes more of us willing to stand up on the right side. Right side is not, it's not even what I mean, the right side, but yet the right side. I truly believe that there's a place for all of us. I've said it since minute one. I've said it since the day I entered my first store and 8 stores popped up around us. We're all needed. Every one of us, every grower, every store, legitimately, even on the corporate level. There is a level of that is necessary out there, I believe. I would rather that person that is more comfortable walking into what they consider a licensed store that has all their meds tested, and we can talk about that again in a second. I'm not with the testing anymore. I'm really not. I'm with the testing as far as clean medicine. I haven't been with the numbers behind testing in quite a while. But some of those patients are just simply more comfortable having that. They'd rather walk into something that looks more like an Apple store than walk into a caregiver's home. And I want them to have their medicine too. I do. I don't want to take that away from them. I'd rather have them have something than nothing, if that's the case, while I continue to try to help educate them on why it is they should be looking at some different areas and into somebody who truly cares about what they're growing. When it comes to the testing, I'm gonna try to be nice about it, because I'm a little frustrated with it these days, to be honest. We started in the days with Iron Labs. Was one of the very first out the door, beating the feet at us all. And what we have sadly is a lot of people who believe that is ace in a hole, that it's concrete information, that it can't be bought and paid for. And all of that is not the truth. It is very capable of being bought and paid for. Most people who have dealt with the different labs throughout the different years, they're plenty aware that it's able to be bought and paid for. And that's just the surface of that part of the conversation. Then we dive into the actual numbers in the testing. And although they're nice to see, I was for them, man. I was very, very for them. I want our people to understand. And if that's a way we can understand, perfect. But we have every lab testing in a different way, putting out different numbers onto a piece of paper that can easily be manipulated. Sadly, they can easily be bought and paid for by the right people with the right amount of money. And then all of the numbers will always be different. If I go and test 2 buds off of the same plant at one lab, those test results are going to be different off of the same plant even. Then I can take 2 more buds off of that plant and I can go take it to another lab, and I'm going to have completely different numbers because the testing methods are different. The data within their own labs is different. So once you understand how a lab's testing is operating and how they have their numbers behind that, then sure, you can gauge from that lab on their testing. But to allow people to believe that all of these test results are giving some kind of the same answers, it's just very illogical and faulty. I kind of, for lack of better terms, I feel scammed. I feel scammed. I feel like it was something that sounded good on paper and in black and white, but in the logistics of it all, it's not been very legit. Take the moisture content in a bud. The moisture content alone is going to fluctuate that test result. Every bit of it. But the patient in front, the person in front that is just looking at the numbers and always reaching for that highest THC percentage, they're not going to understand that. And it really kind of makes testing an illegitimate source. I would love to know if it was factual, if there was something that allowed it to be an across the board kind of thing, because the everyday average person that's looking for their medicine, they're told to look at these test results and they're just not always going to be the same, even off of the same plant. And we know this. So how can we trust in a test result that was tested now and then tested again in 6 months? It's something completely different. It's just, it's not for me anymore at all. I want to know my medicine is clean, but numbers have been a problem for me for a long time, right down to milligrams on packaging. That 100 milligram chocolate bar from that creator is not going to be the same 100 milligrams that's in that chocolate bar. It's not going to feel the same. Is it 100 milligrams of THC distillate? Is it 100 milligrams of what strain, what mixture? There's so many variables that it makes it, again, very difficult to help educate the common person stepping into this, looking for their medicine.
This is
Sorry.
why I love talking with people. There's no reason to be sorry. That's why I love talking to people right here, is because of the, different perspectives. You know, I never really thought about it but that way, but you're absolutely 100% correct. As things sit in that jar, the things are definitely, it's a live dying plant, basically, and it's constantly going through changes. So I greatly respect that answer, to be honest with you. Greatly respect that. The only thing that we're taking, unfortunately, you're right in so many ways. We don't get the caregiver one-on-one that it actually needs. And these days, I really believe, to keep the medical side going, we need to encourage people to just fucking grow their own medicine. You know what I mean? There's some battles, but man, once you find that one that works for you, you have the opportunity to keep that in particular cultivar for life. And there's nothing more meaningful than doing something yourself. You know what I mean? Especially when it is your medicine that I'm curing myself was wow. You know what I mean? It's just putting, just saying I can, you know what I mean? It puts that that little chill up your back that makes you feel good. You know what I mean? When you're producing your own medicine, that's huge. But there's we just need to keep pushing the medicine thing along. I really believe that the growing side of it is very powerful too. But as far as like the testing results go, we are very much getting into that Apple store type vibe when you go into a dispensary. And unfortunately, it is like just flashcard shit. And I've been really bitching for a long time that, if that's the way things are going to be and we can't smell jars anymore, we need to take people aside. There needs to be a room with somebody like yourself or video that is a mandatory. You go into a new dispo, you should have to go through a consultation of what is why are you here? Okay, these are actually the terpenes that you'd be when you go in the next room and you have to just look at flashcards. These are what you want to look for. You know what I mean? These are the terpenes that you want to look for that's going to help you the most. Or you just sign a piece of paper going, I don't give a fuck. Just let me in. You know what I mean? The information should be there to help people decide, since they can't do the nose to the jar thing anymore. Because I've said a long time, this is a plant spirit medicine. You know what I mean? As we walk through these jars and the cannabis plants, man, we make one-on-one agreement with it. I think that was what was so special about back in the day when you put your nose to the jar. You made an agreement with that in particular herb. You know what I mean? But since we can't do that anymore, we have to put words, thoughts to page, I guess. You know what I mean? And help them understand this is, since you can't smell, it almost might even be, you might have to provide, you know what I mean? Actual samples, you know what I mean? Scratch and sniffs. Which one hit your nose right? Okay, that one, that profile right there. Okay, when you go in the next room, on the cards that provided for you, these are the terms you'll be looking for. You know what I mean? Something along that line, because I think we are getting further and further from it. And you know what I mean? THC is oof. So what's your favorite molecule? Obviously we're becoming more and more knowledgeable about what's in the plant as a medicine. What is your favorite, or what has you most excited these days about that in particular part of the plant?
One more time on the part of the plant. You blanked out on me a little bit. What
Which
part of the
which
plant?
Yeah, which in particular molecule, like CBN, CBG, you know, which which one has got you excited? Which one's your favorite right now? Which one do you think currently are you most excited about, as far as like having some really powerful medical value?
I am and was and still am super duper stoked over the CBN, and understand us being able to understand that deeper. The CBN being that what we consider that couch lock molecule. The way I've kind of always explained it to the people is there's a big difference between, again, what we consider a deep indica strain and those strains that lock us to the couch, make us feel kind of like those old school commercials that we used to watch growing up where they're all sliding down in the couch. That's typically a higher CBN count. That's allowing and giving that lockdown. I just don't want to move and I don't care about it. Like I'm content with not moving. Where our typical indica strain is just bringing us down, slowing the mind down, relieving that pain, relieving the whatever the case may be. CBN on a super high anxiety day, or something happens in your life when you really need to calm down, and or you're somebody who struggles to sleep. That lovely little molecule is amazing, 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 amazing. I at this point can't speak higher of it. CBG intrigues me too, but it doesn't pop for me. It hasn't sank into the same spots as the CBN, and I'm still really stoked over simple CBD. Thanks, guys. CBD again is amazing for so many different things, and even more amazing for our people that don't want that THC high. They can still get that medicine without feeling those effects that they don't want to feel, and or we can use that simple basic one, and we can relieve that anxiety that other medicine might have brought on. We can use it to counterbalance a lot of things, without bringing things down then too far. So CBN's the most recent one that's really tripped my trigger, and a CBD is not diet weed. It's not diet weed. It's got its value and it shouldn't be disrespected, in my opinion. I have watched a lot of people do a lot of healing using just CBD. It pulls apart the homeostasis, sure, but it's creating the homeostasis in that individual for those reasons. So we can take my own family members, for example. They just don't want the effects of the THC, no matter how much I explain it to them, no matter how much I tell them that that's what's hanging things on and allowing it to work longer for them. They just don't want to feel that. CBD has been perfect for it, for sure.
CBD has been huge for me, and it's another place, I guess. Let me see. Says she's still in chat. Love you, girl. Little Miss Lexi. At one point, that's where, as I've kind of hinted to, we've known each other for quite some time in the cannabis world. There, we've crossed paths over the years, and so once was in the kind of early stages of medical cannabis here in Michigan, and then as life does, we kind of missed. Didn't see each other for a few years, and then when I did see you again, I was looking for CBD, 100%. And actually, when I seen you, I knew that I had found somebody that was going to help point me in the right direction, and 100% did, because CBD was one of those things that, has another, we talked about cannabis and kids, and, I never did it for my kids, but I wasn't a very young mother either. So situation does 100% make a difference. But I never encouraged it. And I think as all my kids, which now all smoke cannabis, said, I ain't never gonna use weed. Weed's, fuck weed, fuck, all that. And I never pushed it, in my head. I had hoped if they, when as their life progressed, they had come to which they were going to come to that crossroads at some point. If there was going to be weed or alcohol, I was praying that they'd smoke weed. To be honest with you, but I
Yes.
never pushed it. You know what I mean? I never ever pushed it. But when I seen you and I was looking for CBD, she at that point still was not a cannabis user, and but unfortunately had been through some shit and was fighting injury and the side effects from the pharmaceutical bullshit, and we needed to get her off of that shit ASAP. And it was through the use of CBD, and that was one of the things too. I for some reason as a parent, I fucking questioned it. You know what I mean? It was I taking my kid down the wrong road? Was I, but I'm fucking grateful for the people like yourself that helped me find some good quality CBD in a market of gas station CBD and stuff like that, which I still think there's a fucking huge difference. If you're gonna source CBD, source good shit. Don't stop at your tobacco shop and shit like that. Find somebody that's really passionate about what they're doing. But in this case, it really, really did help and make a huge impact in my personal life. You know what I mean? Because it did help base her off the medicines that they were pushing towards her for the PTSD she had. They had super, super bad anxiety. And, what was happening there was she survived the accident, but I could have lost her through the pharmaceutical bullshit. And yeah, it was because CBD, good quality CBD, that she's still here and made that transition, into a better life, a better quality of life. So cheers to you. Cheers to CBD. Tear
Thank
me
you.
up talking about that a little bit. Too
Oh,
close to home. Too close to home, I guess.
well, it's a long road. You're right, Eagle. You and I have definitely went back a little bit, and I want to thank you for trusting the information that I had and the information that you had, and being able to bring it together. I think a lot of that is also listening to our energy and the energy around us, and really a lot of times working off of that intuition and going where we're led. And there's a reason why you already had a little bit of the information in your own mind. And there's a reason why it was led to the right places at the right times, so that you knew that had a very strong potential of doing exactly what you witnessed for your own self, it doing in your own child. It's very real, and your story right now is exactly why I would love to see all of our own people not disrespecting it. I, when I started seeing the memes back in the day with this ha 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 joke of it being diet weed, I felt bad for CBD, and I did everything I could to help them understand that that's not what it was. Like, I got it. It was funny. Haha, it's not getting us high. But what it was doing for the people in front of me was undoubtedly noticeable. And you just had another story that very much so backs that up. It's amazing medicine. When we can add the THC in there, it's going to stick with the system longer, period. But if we can't have that, if we can't add that THC yet, balance yet, she required a bulk of CBD at that point. So that's what her body was accepting. It's not going to start accepting the other things in the same fashion until she's balanced to start needing to add that stuff. Because just like I kind of mentioned earlier, with the higher sativas capable of bringing on anxiety in somebody who's never suffered, then our deeper indicas also have the capability of bringing on depression if we stay on those too much. We have to understand the balancing action that's happening within us. And it brings me, you had mentioned earlier that we kind of needed more spaces where the information was being put out in that way. And it made my brain go, that's exactly what we were doing inside the Green Bean on Atherton Road, the Mount Morris Collective in Mount Morris. That's exactly how we had those places operating, right from signing them up to get their card, helping them understand what that card is and the protections that's around it, walking them right straight through the doctor's office path. The last person that's seen their paperwork was me. I was the last eyes on that paperwork. I took every moment that I possibly could to help them understand not only the paperwork in front of them and those next steps, but then to come back so that I could also walk them through the medicine side of it. And I would literally transition them from paperwork to doctor's office to store, and store had all the grow equipment up front as well. So it was all about giving them that range of, yes, you can do this for yourself. Look, everybody's doing it. All that stuff's out there. We can do all kinds of stuff with it. But walking through those phases. So I'm not sure, did you ever come to the Green Bean?
Oh
Was
yeah,
that,
that's where I initially met you, was the Bean on Atherton Road.
I couldn't remember
Uh,
if it was the Collective or the Bean.
Bean.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the first I got to give it to the Bean. They were one of the first quality medical places in Flint when other people were actually just that. I mean, Flint at that time was a fucking Wild West. It really was. You could literally just take your overages and run up Door Highway in a fucking zigzag pattern, and and nobody gave two shits about what they were doing. And the Green Bean was a medical based, and they toughed it out, man, through the hard times, the scares. When it was Flint was that gray area, there was that time where they tried to wipe everybody out. There was the raid period there, and again, a lot of people were like, fuck this, man. I ain't risking it. Then obviously the legal licensing period, and they stood through that. And, yeah, shout out to the Green Bean.
Yeah, to a lot of degrees. I mean, I was definitely in those super early years when we would literally walk them hand in hand from one part to the next. We did have those membership packets. We did kind of walk them through a process of really helping to start integrating the terms of the medicine, and also ensuring that we were going to not get in trouble if we ended up in a courtroom. There were definitely certain T's we had to cross and I's we had to dot to make sure that we were speaking on it in the right way, because if you spoke on it in the wrong way, you're going to get hemmed up. And when I started, we had that whole back room. We had the cases back there. We could bring 2, 3, 4 people back there at once. They could eyeball and gawk all the big jars that we had going on. And then we had that lame duck session that happened overnight. And we came in the next morning and we literally had to completely change everything from the way we had been doing it. And we immediately had 2 offices built. And instead of people being able to come into the back room and see all the pretty buds in the jars and put their noses in it and have the experience that comes along with, they had to come in my office one at a time. And that's when I really started working with them, because at that point we again had to dive even deeper into the medicinal side and why we were doing what we were doing, because it was the only way we were going to keep ourselves from being raided. We never knew who was going to walk in that door. We never knew who we were talking to. We never knew if that person that I had seen every day 2-3 times a week, maybe for weeks, got in trouble yesterday and is now in there trying to catch people up in some stuff that was going to backfire in our faces. So we had very specific language that had to be spoken. And it was, I call it the trenches, to be honest. We definitely put ourselves and our freedom at risk. And if we had kids at home, we were most definitely putting them at risk to help people understand marijuana is medicine and why we were calling it that. It certainly wasn't to get high. It was very much so because it will cure cancer. It will reverse the thyroid condition. It will take the aches and the pains away. And when it's understood that way and it's used that way, we can still have a good time, but we can heal some people all at the same time. And back in those days, when I left, because I think this needs to be said, because they do have a lot of credit coming for doing things the way that they did things to save all of our tails in that day. But when I left, one of the first things that the team was told was no more education. No more teaching the patient. No more talking to them about the medicine. They are to come in, they are to pick what they want, and they are to leave. It became a revolving door that took place after I left. And of course, this is many, many years ago, and I haven't been involved with those lines in a while, but I definitely did work a lot of office when it come to doctor's office, individual patients, individual medicine. And I was the one overlooking the medicines. There were several of us that brought the caregivers in and they could drop their samples off. And then we would test the samples on our own free will. And then if we wanted that medicine in, we would call that caregiver back and we would get that medicine back in. So kind of in that right of things, we've been judging medicine for a really long time. And we've known our caregivers. We've known what they're doing. We've known what they're using. We know the love and the heart that's been going into those plants, and then we can see it in front of our faces. And that is a huge part of it that's definitely been taken away from us. And the green bean very much so was the start of a lot of it, which was amazing. We did work with Dr. Proctor. I did get to work with hundreds and thousands of patients and help them get their paperwork squared away. And then I did also get to move on to other locations that taught other valuable lessons all at the same time, because there's been lots of them in the trenches to get our people here.
So is there some people that has helped you out or meant a lot to you through cannabis so far that you'd kind of like to tip your hat to?
Oh, that's a laundry list. Without specific names, literally the ones, anybody who is open or has been open to receive the information that they might not have had before they chose to have a conversation with somebody like me. I commend and I thank those people that have taken a minute, no matter what their initial opinion is, but to hear somebody all the way out and allow new information to change their minds with the times. Huge commend. Monster time. Monster time. Others, as I transitioned out of those first locations, Gersh Avery is the start of that. Gersh Avery, some know, some may not know. He's known as Peanut Butter out there. And he created what was known as Peanut Butter's Oil and eventually turned into Gersh's Pain Blocking Oil. And that was one of the first products outside of smoking a joint or eating some oil or having a dab. that was doing the most amazing miracles as a topical for the patients. When I left the Green Bean, I was with the Green Bean and the Mount Morris Collective, helping to manage those locations and run the doctor's offices there. The first year that we had high times here in Michigan. The second year, I had just left those locations just a couple of months before that. But Leon came into the store as a caregiver with his product, just like we dealt with all day, every day. And sad but true, every caregiver has the best of the best. So after 3 years of every single caregiver walking in with the best of the best, and then also having a really rough time at the time, I didn't greet him like I normally would greet anybody. I am very much so the type of person that it doesn't matter what's going on in my life. When I'm at a job of service, of customer service, that's certainly what comes first. And I've had a lot of experience and a lot of customer service, consultations, product knowledge, management, all of those things. I did not treat him fairly, and he put this product in my hand. My hands are one of my worst things. They need the most relief. And he put this product in my hands, and I was kind of rolling my eyes at first. Even the smell of it was slightly off-putting, and I was like, and he's talking, and I'm looking at him like, no, like, what is going on? Before I knew it, my hands were naturally coming back up to my face, and I was smelling on it. And I noticed that I wanted it, and it was all of a sudden smelling good. And he's now looking at me and just kind of smiling, because he's watching what we call now PBO face, because it happens every single time you put this product anywhere near you and you lighten up, you end up with PBO face. And as I'm rubbing this product, the amount of relief that I was getting in seconds had far surpassed any product that I had came in contact with up to that point. We had amazing creams that definitely did some things and did some relief, but nothing like this, to the point that I literally stopped, backed up, and apologized and told him, hang on a second, we got to restart this conversation, because this is not me, and this product is exactly who I am. From that moment, I knew I absolutely had to leave those stores. We were being greatly restricted. As much as I can thank them for everything that they did and have done and probably continue to do, it was also a very restricting situation. We weren't really allowed to get out and understand other avenues. It was just inside the store, keeping ourselves protected, and that's where it stayed. There were some things that had transpired with medicine that should have never, ever been transpiring. And my own mother, who had been diagnosed with cancer, had gotten recommended that product. And I took that product home, and it should have never been being used on my mother. So by the time I met Leon in those moments, I knew it was time to go. And I immediately started linking up with and working with PBO and understanding it. And that second year of Cannabis Cup, I was out there with Gersh and Leon when Gersh took first place in topical. Very, very well deserved at that point. I struggle with the popularity contests that competitions, some competitions have became. But that year and that moment, that man, Gersh Avery, earned that first place topical. And that's one product that I could speak on for hours and sound like a crazy person with the things that I've witnessed myself out of it. He was definitely an ace in a hole, and he's also where I was able to really start wrapping my mind around cannabis oil. Most know it as RSO, or Rick Simpson's oil. I love you all. I do love you all before I even say this, but guys, it's not Rick Simpson's oil unless Rick's hands made it. And it's been a detriment to him on a lot of levels when everybody's medicine is Rick Simpson's medicine. He's put videos out about this. He's asked us to respect him and to not use those terms. And there's a lot of reasons for that, because some people like to make what they consider Rick Simpson oil out of roaches and then give it to our cancer patients. And I could actually show you some Rick Simpson's oil, cannabis oil made with the Rick Simpson method, that is in my possession right now, that would make any healer or anyone who understands how cannabis oil works an absolute disgrace to put his name behind it and call it medicine. So you'll always or mostly hear me refer to it as cannabis oil made with the Rick Simpson method. There's a lot of ways to make cannabis oil. At the end of the day, it's all cannabis oil made with a specific method. And Rick's just happens to be the method that brought us to where we are in the medicinal game of this. And of course, we've broadened and we've learned a lot more about it as well, but it's not his unless his hands made it. And if I wish I would have actually brought it in here, because we are having this conversation, and this is something that's just happened again recently. We've seen a gentleman at the Organic Cup, Eagle, Chuck got on stage in front of us and brought me to absolute tears almost immediately, as he started explaining to us the amount of oil that he used to heal his pancreatic cancer, and that guidance was guided directly from Rick Simpson himself. That's Rick Simpson's oil when it's made with Rick's hands. And that's one of the reasons that man is healed today of that pancreatic cancer, is because it was made with the guidance of Rick Simpson, him absolute self, not the stuff that I have in the kitchen right now, that is water and smells like rancid fish and given to people as medicine. And that is also kind of a really, really big problem that we have out there, and why we need to help self-govern our own communities, especially when it comes to cannabis as medicine. Marijuana is medicine. My weed is medicine.
Most definitely. Again, I thank you for that perspective on that, because I never really thought about that, and I've been on one of the pushers on the other side of that. And thank you for like making me challenge my perspective on that, because I've always wanted to keep it there, because obviously cannabis oil has always been around, as you pointed out. But he's one of the people that helped bring it back into the forefront and help remind. So in my mind, it was a nice homage, if you will, to remember him. But I can totally understand and relate and respect what you're saying. I can see that. You know what I mean? That's that's what I'm asking for a lot in cannabis these days, especially as from breeders. You know what I mean? Drop the ingredients on the pack. Keep that somewhat proprietary. Tests results, unfortunately, are a necessary evil these days. So we can judge medicine in numbers like that, but we'll know from the effects. But it's, you know what I mean? It's a product that you put your name behind and you stand behind. So when you say something like that, you know what I mean? I could see Rick going, yeah, that's not my medicine. I don't know what that is, but that's nothing. Yeah, I can understand. I understand.
And I do encourage, I encourage us to look up that video, because I'm sure it's still out there, even where he has literally done a video where he has begged us to not do that, because what has ultimately happened for him in hindsight is then people come at him and try to cause him harm because such and such a oil didn't do what he claimed it was supposed to do, when it really had nothing to do with him at all. It was just somebody who tried to use his method to create the oil. And I have actually lost friends and literally lost a job over trying to get that information out back in the day. I kind of shut up about it for a while, as I just kind of kept pushing the cannabis oil made with the Rick Simpson method. And the ones that wanted to hear it were hearing it. And the ones that I can guide to the right sources, like the YouTube video that he himself is right there going, hey guys, can you not do this for me, pretty please? I think it's a great way for us to actually respect what he's done for us, is to not call everybody's oil his oil. The surface level of it makes sense, but then when we do see it from that inside view or those underlayers, it kind of changes things a little bit. There's so many different ways to create cannabis oil. It's not just Rick's way. We can globe it, we can vape it, there's so many ways to create cannabis oil. We know this at this point. But his method has proven worthy and is still used and put in syringes today, and heals people like Chuck from CAO Craft Farms, who is an amazing man. And definitely another huge homage, the newest one for me. I didn't know his story until he was on that stage at the Organic Cup. The day previous, I was not in the position where I could hear that stage well. And I got the opportunity and had no idea who I was meeting. But the morning of that second day, yeah, we had met him outside our hotel room and had a brief conversation with him. And I picked up that he had made the comment that we would hear his story come out on the stage later. I had no idea that we would ultimately end up sitting where we were sitting at that table. And when I looked up and seen he was on stage, I immediately tuned in as, hey, there's the guy that was outside the hotel this morning. And he immediately started talking about healing himself from pancreatic cancer, taking in 15 grams plus of oil a day. And his next words were from Rick Simpson himself. And I blubbered like a little baby right in the middle of the room, because he and his story and the stories that are like that are exactly why I put myself and my freedom at risk for the last 14 years. It's exactly why I put my children at risk for the last 14 years. I put everybody around me, in a sense, at risk. And it wasn't to get high. It was because I discovered very early on the amazing miracles that the oil specifically was doing for our people. That's our long-term med. We should all be eating that oil. Every single day, we should all be eating that oil. It's not only a cure or a healer, it's a preventative. That's how we keep those nasty things away from us. We have that endocannabinoid system. Some know and some don't. So I'm just going to kind of break it down a little bit, like I would if I was in my office with somebody who didn't know. We all have, if we have a spine, we have an endocannabinoid system. That's why it also affects our animals. They have a spine. The bulk of that system runs through our immune system and through our brains. When we look at the population, what are they the most sick with? Autoimmune deficiencies that are unexplained. They can never find an underlying cause, and mental health, because it not only balances every system within our system, it's the beginning balancing system for every system within our system. Our skin, our organs, our brains, which also includes our thought processes. When we keep that system fed, just like we would our immune system, the vitamin C, we know vitamin C is needed to keep our immune system working at an optimum level. If we keep our endocannabinoid system working at an operating level, and it's allowed to continuously run efficiently all the time, it's going to get into every system that it needs to get into, and it's going to balance and regulate it, and then it's going to move on to the next system. We hear of people coming off of 23, 25 medications over, 2-3 years, because again, that's exactly how it's working. It's getting into the system it needs to hit first, and it's working on that, and it's balancing and regulating it, and then it's moving on to the next. And then one medication gone, 2 medications gone, 3 medications gone. Prohibition, they knew exactly what they were doing when they started prohibition. They knew it was going to shut down the population's endocannabinoid system, and the population was going to get sicker and sicker. And that's exactly what has happened, is the population has gotten sicker and sicker. So when we take that very small amount of clean oil every day and we feed our endocannabinoid system the cannabinoids it needs, just like we would our immune system, we prevent all of that from getting us in the first place. And we do live our most healthy lives for as long as we possibly can. They say they can't figure out the underlying condition for thyroid conditions. The problem, we can only mask the symptoms of. It's because it's not balanced. It's the endocannabinoid system. That system has to be able to balance and regulate before it can balance and regulate the thyroid, which is also another balancing organ in there. But if the first one isn't operating, that one's going to go south. I've literally witnessed scheduled thyroid surgery be completely reversed in less than 2 weeks. The patient goes back in for pre-op. All numbers are level. They're normal. There's no reason to do the surgery. The only difference that was made was she finally had heard me and I begged her to take home a 1-gram syringe of what I knew to be very clean cannabis oil made with the Rick Simpson method. And I told her exactly Rick Simpson's protocol and how to dose it. That 1/2 grain of rice to the grain of rice, to the 2 grains of rice, to the 4 grains of rice, and work it up as quickly as the body and mind will tolerate and see what happens. And she went and she did exactly that. And she literally brought me the paperwork in 2 weeks later that they had canceled the thyroid surgery because there was no reason at that point to do it. And of course, the doctors had no idea why. It wasn't in a time when she could be honest and tell them anything about it. But I had been trying to get that oil in her for a long time. And that, like we talked about earlier, that breakthrough of getting to the patients and helping them understand that this really is important to understand on the deeper levels if you want to understand why we say marijuana is medicine and why we say it will cure cancer, why we say it will reverse thyroid, it will take your pain away, it will reverse so many things. And she became a believer, needless to say. How can you not? She no longer had to go in for surgery and have her thyroid removed. And all she could do was thank me and wish she had listened sooner. Thyroid condition is not an easy one to deal with. Anybody who has dealt with thyroid knows that it kind of hits the mind first. The side effects happened in the mind first. The thought processes, the anxieties, the depressions, it all starts to change when the thyroid gets out of balance, whether up or down. And it's very hard to band-aid the symptoms and try to act like the thyroid is now acting normally, just because some numbers on the paper say that it's now in normal range. The mind and the effects of that thyroid truly being out of balance are still happening. But when we feed the first system what it needs, it immediately hits that thyroid system and will start turning it right back around.
You're absolutely right. And as what I've learned about the plant as of late, at one point I suspected it, but I kind of verified it, at least with myself. All right, this is my own theories here. All right. I would talk to people like as far as like edibles go. You know, they'd tell me, "Oh, it didn't work for me. Edibles don't work for me." And I thought, anymore. I still to this day, somebody tells me, "Oh, edibles don't work for me." I'm thinking, you might want to talk to your doctor because our systems are pretty plastic. And what I've come to learn as of late, our bodies in the endocannabinoid system it's a lifer. It's a lifer. As we get older and continue to consume the plant, our relationship with the cannabinoids changes. Our age, factors in life, our relationship with the plant becomes different. We have different relationships. It grows and dabs to us. So I think that's kind of what's going on with people that eat the edibles and don't fucking feel nothing. It's our body already adapting, going, no, 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 no. Sorry, Chief. Right now, we're turning it into something else, kind of doing our own little mix and putting a little bit over here, putting a little bit over there. You're not getting high today. You're not getting high today. If you thought that's what you were going to get out of this edible, forget that. But thank you for the medicine. You will 100% feel better, but you won't be high today.
Totally with you. I'm totally with you on it. And that even brings me back to the PBO product, Gersha's product, because what we found was that the medicine is going to give you what your body needs. And so in absolute synchronicity with what you just said, some days that's not going to work that way. Your body's going to need it in different areas. It's going to use it up differently. And it's going to give you what you need that day. And if you don't need to be high that day, you're not going to get high that day. And then that kind of spins into our differences in the edibles as well. Chuck actually put it perfectly. Thank you, Chuck. Chuck put it perfectly. Understanding the oil the way that we can understand it now. The way that some of us understood it that many years ago. Things like edibles seemed unneeded. Why my brain, I mean, I get it, but my brain is like, why aren't we helping people understand that they can take the oil, and as they should, like a vitamin every day. And that's actually all of the medicine that they really need. But of course, we had all of these cakes and cookies and brownies, and some of it was made out of total plant, and some of it had some CBD added to it. And then we started with the THC distillates. And I have watched people have extreme anxiety attacks because, again, it's that specific medical is not necessarily designed for that specific person. But they hear this 100 milligrams. We'll just jump into that some more because it's the point. 100 milligrams, and they just go grab the next 100 milligrams, not realizing that the first 100 milligrams they had was a total plant product, and this 100 milligrams is a THC distillate. And now they've got two completely different reactions, but they were expecting the same reaction. This one sends them off. They never want to touch an edible again. They never want to ingest that medicine again. And it takes an extremely long time and a lot of convincing to help pull somebody back out of having an experience like that. Because once they have it, they don't want to touch it again. And we need them to touch it. We need them to eat it. I mean, that's where the medicinal value truly comes from. That's where the long-term value comes from. The smoking, the fun, it's the instant meds. It's our instant regulation, the instant ups, the instant downs. If I'm down, I can bring myself up. If I'm up, I can bring myself down. It's not the long-term med. That's not the part that's going to cure the cancer, reverse the thyroid condition. And the endocannabinoid system, and the fact that it can do that, in essence is the whole reason any of us are here. If we didn't have an endocannabinoid system, cannabis, marijuana, weed would not absorb into our systems the way it does, allowing us all to have the experiences that we're able to have with it today. So why doesn't the whole population know about the endocannabinoid system and how it works and why it works, and helping to pump that information out while we're lighting the joint and having a nice session conversation about it? Help me. Help. Help.
I've got a good question for you. Hopefully, it's a good question.
I'm sure it is.
Fingers crossed here. How do you feel about, and this one hits home as well, but we've kind of started this thing off, I guess it's a really good question, or a relative question at least, from somebody that kind of threw out there that from conception, cannabis has been there. So how do you feel about and again, I understand your methodology for the phase of life, and not wanting to it being around your kids. I respect that as well. But how do you feel about mothers and cannabis these days? Uh, as I see, it obviously didn't hinder your amazingness. So
And I owe it to cannabis. I know I do. I truly do. My endocannabinoid system has never been starved. One of the things that I've mentioned and that I've talked about is I've smoked cigarettes just as long as I've smoked cannabis. If I was to take X-rays of my lungs and take X-rays of lungs that have only smoked cigarettes as long as I have, my lungs are going to be far healthier than their lungs by a long shot. And it's because I have continuously pumped medicine into my lungs as I have also pumped the crap into my lungs. And I do mean crap as in the chemicals in the crap. I don't mean the tobacco itself. Anybody who understands the history of tobacco at this point knows that that is also a very, very healing plant for us. They've destroyed it, of course, with intent, right down to smoke being protection. Like it or not, smoke is protection. So people smoking cigarettes, smoking tobacco, there is a form of protection that is happening with that smoke all around them. We can go back to kind of any area of life, and smoke is protection. So protection, tobacco in its raw form is a really, really great medicine. They've destroyed it. But the reality is that my endocannabinoid system has always been fed right from womb. There's never been a time in my life when I haven't at least been in the same room with people smoking a joint all the time. And then I did start very, very young, and I do contribute. I don't have the health problems that other people have. The people that have lived my similar lifestyle, even, I just don't suffer from what they suffer from. And I do absolutely thank my mother for doing what she didn't even realize she was doing. But it ultimately, in hindsight, I'm 43 years old, and I just do not suffer from the things that a lot of people do. And I can't help but feel that that's because that beginning balancing system has always been being fed to some degree. All use is medical use. I was medicating long before I knew what was happening. Now I know what was happening.
I agree 100%. And this is why I asked and how it affects me is, again, I think things come around and you're supposed to understand things at certain points because whatever reason. You know what I mean? They're relative to you. It's not just that time for you to understand. It's But I really believe, because it was right around the time that I had seen some studies saying that, exactly what I had said earlier, that our relationship with cannabinoids changes throughout our time, our ages, and how it affects us and what it does to our system. And I thought to myself, well, let me back up. Uh, my daughter had gotten pregnant. Okay. And love you, B. Hope you don't get mad. So Chase was very unexpected. Okay. She had some sort of IUD that had failed, and she had been a cannabis user, obviously, up well into the birth, because she didn't necessarily know she was pregnant, because why would she? You know what I mean? It wasn't until her body showed signs that, made her second guess, go, go get a test done and find out. And at that point, it was true that she was pregnant. And Brittany had consumed cannabis, you know, uh, for anxiety. That was her biggest reason for, you know, unfortunately, and it does help. You know what I mean? So, from the fear of doctors and all that, you know, she had to come across that question: should I quit? You know what I mean? Should I tell my doctor? You know what I mean? And she started to limit her use, and I encouraged her to use, to be honest with you.
Good for you.
And I didn't know way thought it was going to be a bad thing. If anything, I knew what the doctor was going to say and was going to prescribe her other pharmaceutical medicines to deal with anxiety, which, in my opinion, were going to be way worse for the fetus than cannabis. And ultimately, he was born a month early because of stress. Her stress and stress on the fetus. He came a month early, and I think, if the doctor would have let her, she could have been more open to constant use or somewhat limited use throughout the pregnancy. She could have went full term. Thank God he was born, healthy. And you've seen pictures of him. I love little man. He's huge. He was born, and I think that's somewhat to do with, again, cannabis being there. I think if mothers were allowed to use, I mean, take some ridicule for this, you know, um, I really think we could eliminate a lot of these shots that we're giving these poor babies at birth. I'm not trying to necessarily be an anti-vaxxer or go down that road, but I think a lot of that stuff could be eliminated. For what we know, it isn't their relationship with cannabinoids isn't even what we think it is. It could be a full immune boost. You know what I mean? It's super immune boost, and be very beneficial throughout all stages for mother and baby. And so that's why I asked, because again, you were born with it in your system. It obviously didn't hinder you in any kind of way. I think you're pretty awesome. Don't, if you don't mind me saying. And yeah, I think, it shouldn't be let more mothers should be encouraged, not discouraged, you know.
100%. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Because not only did my mother use first, like serious kudos to you for having her back in those ways like that. It's not an easy decision to make for any mother, even somebody who understands it on a medicinal level. There's still going to be those fears and those reservations. We do still have doctors to deal with and hospitals to deal with. And what we know at this point is they pretty much do what they want, when they want, and how they want. So if they decide that they want to target that mother and do some damage and cause some stress over a mother using marijuana as medicine or otherwise, that's what they're going to do. So there's reservation, there's fear. Of course, 43 years ago, they didn't really have to worry about it. So my mom didn't have to worry about it on that kind of a level. She just had to keep it away from the law or anybody else knowing. By the time I was having babies, my three are 4.5 and 5 years apart. And I started just before I turned 15. So I was also in kind of a transition state where they didn't just commonly test for something like that. They really didn't, certainly not when it came to marijuana, but they were starting to look at it. They were starting, of course, the laws were starting to change. We were starting to get louder about it. So it did become a concern. I was lucky and grateful and thankful to, because of the interconnections, I knew the doctors that would support, that would help support. So I'm almost sad that we weren't aware of what was going on, because we could have helped direct her to supportive doctors that would have then supported and helped ease that level of stress for her. Because we do have doctors that will tell our pregnant women to, yes, use cannabis. I mean, when we know things like smoking a joint can stop an asthma attack, you can't tell me that smoking a clean joint out of a clean glass pipe, we can even eliminate the paper. You want to eliminate the carcinogen, eliminate it. But then we can get into a whole conversation on that too. Clean pipe, there's no reason why our women who are struggling to carry babies should not be able to feed their endocannabinoid system. Our breast milk supplies CBD. We know this. We've heard our grandmas and our mothers refer to a breastfed baby as being milk drunk for our whole lives. What happens when a baby wraps up around a boobie and gets a full belly of some boobie milk? They're done. And it's because they are medicated with CBD in their systems. They have a spine. They need cannabinoids. If we have a spine, we need cannabinoids. So to think that a pregnant mother of all people should have to quit using a miracle medicine because a doctor or our government or her neighbor thinks that she should not be, it's wrong. I'm all for it. I certainly continued to use my medicine when I was pregnant with my children. What I didn't have then was access or knowledge even on things like cannabis oil or an edible. If I could have taken something like that and it would have eliminated morning sickness or eliminated the back pain that I felt that day or my swollen feet with a topical, like, man, all for it. And I think anybody who struggles to understand that should do some more research on how it's truly operating within all humans, let alone a mother that has a growing baby, the miracle of a growing baby in their system. I know I got a big boost. I know that my kids got a big boost. And I started pointing at you when you was talking about the grandbaby because do you remember or know how much he weighed and how big he was when he was a month early? Did he struggle with that?
I was there. Absolutely. He was 7.5 pounds. He was 18 inches.
Boom. I'm gonna pause you because I knew that. And that's why I didn't know that, but I knew that. That baby was a month early, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a normal size baby to me. They say preemie babies aren't of weight. They say preemie babies can have issues. Did he have any kind of issues being a month early?
He lost a little after birth. He lost a few pounds, and they kept him about a couple of days. I think 4 days he stayed after until he put back on a little bit of weight, and then he went from there to just never stopping. You know,
Okay,
he's
I'm going to pause you again. I'm going to pause you again because my youngest daughter was born 7 weeks early. The doctors and hospitals thought it was 6 weeks early, but I happen to know the exact day that it took place. So I knew she was 7 weeks early. She was normal weight, normal length, little on the smaller side, but not anything that we would normally hear of a 7 week preemie baby. She ended up being in the NICU for 8 days, but it was because the nurses immediately stuck a bottle in her mouth within minutes of her being born, and her lips turned a little bit blue, so they stuck an IV in her head. Once they stick an IV in their head, it's an automatic 3 days NICU. They're not coming out before the 3 days. And so then there was a normal baby issues. A normal baby is going to lose a little bit of weight after birth. That's kind of typical as their bodies adjust to things in their new world. And then you have things like jaundice, pretty common things happen. So another holdup in NICU. But the reality is, again, I believe my cannabis use through that is ultimately what allowed her to be above the scales of what they would think she was going to be. She should have weighed far less than she did being 7 weeks early. She should have been far smaller than she was. Even at a month with your grandbaby, he shouldn't have necessarily been the weight that he was already, but he was. I think cannabis has something to do with that. Call me crazy.
yeah, all the above are very proud moments for me. I didn't see the grandfather thing coming, to be honest with you, but it was super cool. And I was actually, uh, yeah, Dee's always been a dad's girl. And when it came down to, because of COVID and all that good stuff, only two people were allowed in the room. Obviously, one was father. So when we got there and we're, hey, we want to come back, and she had to make a choice. Dad was the choice. So
Oh,
I got to be in the room, and
nice.
other than mom, I got to be the first one to actually hold him. And I would not let him down. There was, yeah, yeah, very special moments. I love that shit, man. It's
Nice.
just awesome moment. Awesome moment.
And literally, like seriously, way to go having her back, and almost, in my opinion, people can hate if they want, but helping and pushing on her to keep going with the marijuana use, because I am sure that has helped him be everything that he is right now and what he's going to continue to be. She gave him that boost right from minute one in growth. Good for her.
So, what, in your opinion, what are some of that? Is there a wrong way to use cannabis? Well, and I want, before I answer, I guess I want to back up for, well, Abe mentioning Chuck. Thanks to you. Well, thanks for confirming my character to Chuck. But they had a lot of weight to confirming or sealing the deal with getting him on. He'll be on telling his story December 7th. Uh, it took a little back and forth, but most definitely he'll be coming on and telling us his amazing story on a one-on-one. Everybody can hear him nice and clearly platform. to share that message. I still can't believe that, I had Hope's Farm on last night, who are some amazing canna fighters as well. You know, she has been helping people with oil for a very long time,
Yeah.
and they were talking much smaller amounts. He had talked about it at one point like a gram a day for his cancer. He had a kidney cancer, and yeah. But then I was the whole time I'm thinking, yeah, I know this cat. I didn't want to, caught in, but I'm thinking, yeah, I just met a gentleman the other day. So he's still taking a maintenance dose of 15 grams a day. And then you think about taking oil, and you think about like it being like super sedative. I would think about like just taking a full gram, just knockout dose basically. But 15 grams a day. He was when in my conversation with him, he's like, I can't tell if I'm feeling it or not. And
I believe
he's
that.
he's so full of life. I'm like, even if you are, man, fuck, man, yeah, seize the
I
day, chief. Well, yeah.
I had the pleasure of having some really good conversation with him after that, and I cannot wait for him to be able to get on a platform like this and be heard. To be honest, and I swear, you guys in the chat, I love you. I just can't do this and the chat and everybody that's the 70 of you, 67 of you, please do not miss his episode. There are a lot of great people that Eagle has scheduled right now. And if you want to know why we are here at all in 2022, if you want to know why cannabis works for us at all, hear Chuck's story. Hear Chuck's story, because there's so much more to come, and he can help understand on levels that you might not have understood before you hear a story like his. He's got a lot of amazing information, and it comes from the mouths of, it comes right from the man himself. And then yes, this man was using 15 grams plus a day to cure one of the toughest cancers there is to cure, pancreatic cancer. When he announced that on the stage, that's when I dropped, to be honest, because I knew we can't always use the oil to get to that one like that. And that's why it was 15 grams a day. And then he went suppository and he went orally and he did everything he was supposed to do. He upped the dose to where it was what it was. And he's still alive today, when there is no reason in a doctor's world that he should be living today. And I can't wait for him to come on.
And
Amazing.
that's a perfect example of what we're talking about earlier too. I'm right there with you. I think everybody should be taking, at least a small amount of oil a day, just as like a vitamin type purpose, as a preventive, if you will. And that day when Chuck was speaking, and not just Chuck's message, but there was a lot of good stuff that got missed that day because of fucking did not give a shit of just recreational cannabis. I appreciate the draw, the people coming in, the people being interested, but man, it'd be nice if they would just stop and give a fucking ear to why it's helping them, why they're there, why they fucking use it. You know what I mean? Here, at least give the message a fucking chance instead of kind of chitter chattering and talking over. It was difficult to hear the message, and you know what I mean? And I'm afraid that I even said that to him after, when I was lucky enough to catch him after the fact. I'm like, this is what I'm afraid of. This is the perfect example of what I believe is going to happen in the future with medical versus recreational, or at least the message of it all is just going to get fucking trampled with recreational cannabis. And that's why I think it's more and more important that we hear more stories about the medicine and people that's been helped by the medicine, so we can, and keep that side alive, that fight alive. To me, that's always been my fight with cannabis. I'll be the first to admit that it serves just like the cannabinoids. It's weed, cannabis have served many, many purposes for me in my life. And I'm not gonna lie about that. It wasn't until I had the opportunity to get a medical license and stop from the cover of just growing weed to meeting people, patients, seeing how that shit all changed for me. Seriously, pulling that license and getting the groundwork that I had started getting in 2008, which was helping a lot in starting one of the first that I can think of opportunities as a dispo was in Clio for the CRI, the Cannabis Research Institute, there's a lot of people there that are now help fighting the fight there legally on that legal side. We've got, you know what I mean? But it was through all that endeavor, meeting people, hearing them stories. That shit changed my life. And then simultaneously, I'm fucking losing people. I lost my mother to pain pill addiction. I seen it growing up in people, relatives. I've seen the damage that pharmaceutical medicine had done, not just mainly physically, mainly physically, but mentally as well, And I've seen the power of the plant, to be honest with you, and how it could be used to supplement, get people off those addictions. You know what I mean? I talk a lot of things about, the dance and the effect, but sometimes it's necessary. The people coming off them stronger drugs absolutely need. I've met a few through this beautiful endeavor in my life that has told me face to face, that's just what I need. You know what I mean? I've unfortunately taken some wrong roads, and thankfully, cannabis is saving my life, but that's what I fucking need. There's some straight out, some hot ass fucking dabs that just, hit the highest high I can get. And I'm working my way down, but you know what I mean? Sometimes but I believe cannabis has a place to get people off them drugs and moreover to a better quality of life. And across the board, I think that's what cannabis offers, is a better quality of life. If it be through the medicine, if it be the opportunity to not fucking swing a hammer and do the right thing and help your fellow man, it offers better quality of life, and then none of us necessarily are doing it for the right reasons, fucking even close to getting rich. But are we fucking happy with who we are? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You know what I mean? And it's offered me a better quality of life throughout. So
And you're not wrong. Had it not been in my life, I know for certain that I would not be the person that I am today. I didn't live a normal life by any sense of the nature. I could go pretty deep in with that, but it was not a normal life, and I would not have survived some of the things that I survived had I not been able to lean on a certain couple things, and marijuana was certainly the top of that list. I know that that is what helped get me through, and not only helped get me through, but mental health definitely runs deep in my family. My mother is and what they considered an agoraphobic, an agoraphobic then, an agoraphobic today. Basically, for those that don't know, it's fearing everything outside your own sphere. And she has struggled with a severe case of that most of my life. And I can't imagine how much worse that would have been had she not been able to smoke the occasional joint to help with that level of anxiety and that level of depression, that she couldn't even stick her arm out the front door to grab the mail if there was one neighbor outside. I'm certain that life would have been a detriment. There's just no way in hell I would be who I am today had cannabis not always been a part of my life. It's literally the only thing that I can look back on and know had my back every step of the way, long before I ever even knew that it was, to then the levels of today where I can understand, we can understand, you can understand the levels that it was literally with us the whole time. The whole time. You are a minority. I say that in the regards of, and this is no disrespect to anybody out there that grows, that teaches on the medicine, wherever the level may be. But it's not common for our growers to understand the medicine as medicine and how it reacts within the human body or the human being, or however it wants to be worded. We growers, girls grow too, been there, done that a lot. We hone in on the plant, and we know how to grow the plant real well. And we make the most of that plant, and we make it look pretty, like I said earlier. And they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. Everybody wants to see a gorgeous flower. Hell yes. But there's usually a disconnect when it comes to truly understanding how and why cannabis is medicine. They all know the surface level of it, and they can say it cures cancer, and they can say that it helps with anxiety, and they can say that it helps with depression, because we hear this repetitiously. But it's not normal for a grower to be able to explain to somebody why it's medicine and how it works, especially on an individual level with their patients. They can grow the product, they can create the edible, they can make the distillates, we can have the concentrates, but it's not normal for somebody to be able to tell me why or how, or that even GG even does work as a rule of thumb in a bean. I never knew that Gigi, the very one that I disrespected so harshly over fad, over trend, was actually one of the main medicines that I needed that would help me eat. Guess I should touch on that, considering we're discussing cannabis as medicine. Angel, coach, don't eat. Coach, got to back up just a little bit. You mentioned the drugs and how cannabis can help others overcome those. And yes, it does take much higher doses, much higher doses. Just like Chuck's cancer takes much higher doses. It also is amazing for alcoholism. And coach, I stopped and paused and backed up, because a lot of people do know me as Coach Smiles out there at this point, and that doesn't just come from a cute little nickname that was adopted out there. That actually came from Darren McCarty, Red Wing number 25, 4-time Stanley Cup champion. When we were operating the Herbal Center, which was one of the most amazing atmospheres we've ever created in the state of Michigan, literally. He was using marijuana to overcome alcoholism. most know that he has struggled with alcohol through his entire career. And we had the opportunity of him coming in, and I was able to have then the opportunity of having some one-on-one interaction with him, where I was able to feed his brain even more knowledge than it had already grabbed onto. And before I knew it, he was giving me the honor of he turned around and he looked at me one day and he said, in the middle of the room, "You coach all day long." And he pointed at the PBO bottle, Gersha's pain blocking oil. And he said, "And that's the game changer." Later on, he caught me up in the back room and he got pretty serious about it. And he was like, I wasn't joking, and you should put that in your pocket and you should use that whenever you want. And you should attach my name to that whenever you want. And I'm not that person. I'm not that girl. I don't need the clout. Everybody's a human. I don't care who you are, what your name is, how much money you've got in your pocket. What kind of human are you? About 4 or 5 years later, it sunk in really deep. What an honor it was to have somebody, an athlete of that magnitude. Sometimes their coaches are the only ones they respect. I know my son was there with his coaches. There were a lot of times that his coaches were really the only ones that he would listen to or respect. And to have that come from somebody who was using cannabis to overcome alcohol and gain that much more information and to give me that kind of praise is amazing. Is an honor that I eventually pulled out of my pocket and said, "You know what, guys, we're gonna let that little part of the story out, because it is a big part of the story. We've eyewitnessed somebody of that magnitude overcome a very strong addiction to alcohol using cannabis. He smokes it, he dabs it, he eats it, he rubs it on his skin." And I've always said, the more layers we can get, the more layers of cannabis use, marijuana use, weed use we can get, the healthier we're going to become as an entire society. And the more others will understand on those deeper levels and be able to kind of put out the same message. My 9-year-old, we'll back up to that for a second, because as much as I kept it away from my kids till my oldest was 14, once this went medical, I had to get involved. I had to help Michigan understand. I had to help my friends and my family understand. And it was actually my kids that really got me to relax on it and not worry. They heard the conversations. They heard me talk about the patients. They heard me talk about the medical aspects that it was helping. And when my youngest was 9 years old, she could hold an adult conversation with you on as medicine and why it worked and what it was doing for people. My kids had to deal with the people that would look at them and go, your mom's just saying that because so she can get high. She's just working in that store so she can get high. And my kids would get angry. My mom heals people every single day. You don't have a clue of what you're talking about. And they would go right into just laying the facts down to them. And we need more of that, in my opinion. We need more of the younger generations to understand how it works and why it works, and whether we call it a strain or a cultivar or a plant, there's differences in all of them, and they work differently as a rule of thumb, and then they work differently inside of us too. So the more we know exactly what we're smoking and exactly how it's working for us, we start honing in on those terp profiles that our bodies enjoy, which ultimately leads us to the cannabinoid profiles that our bodies are enjoying. I know what I need when. The whole time I've been sitting here, I've been bouncing from this lovely concentrated sativa mix that I grew and then we processed, and it's just lovely. But of course, it's a concentrate. It's going to have a higher THC profile. And I've been backing it up and flipping it around and balancing it back out with the cream cheese cookies joint that's given me a totally different level. And I've been playing in them both to stay not falling asleep and not being too wound up and getting in my head type shit from the THC in the concentrate. We need our younger generations and our growers and our processors and our edible creators to understand how to tell somebody to do that, how to tell somebody to use a CBD isolate to bring themselves down from an anxiety attack. The anxiety attacks that I have seen are heartbreaking. A true panic attack from a THC overload in somebody's mind that is not ready to accept that is heartbreaking to witness. And you can't just calm down from that easily. And then once they're in that state, you can't get them to really play your game anymore so you can help them calm down. When we can just help them right from minute one with throwing a little bit more education out there and treating it like medicine a little bit more than what we've allowed to grow with all of this rec madness. Madness, in my opinion.
It is. I've actually seen people induced to THC overloads before through edibles, actually paralyzed from cannabis. To be honest with you, it was tough to watch to see it didn't cause that type of anxiety, but you know, it could have been avoided, I guess.
Absolutely. Had we continued the information that some of us have been trying to put out for 14 plus years, I believe there would be a lot more people that understood it, and we wouldn't necessarily be where we're at with that level of it. It's sad to see that that's where we've taken it, because it is a miracle medicine. It does heal damn near everything on the planet when it's used properly. But when it's used improperly, it can create a problem. And we have to be able to admit that. And understanding it on that level is just absolute ticket, whether it be in our younger generations or anybody who's dabbling and playing in it, even into our stores. We've got to get the education out there again. It was started and then it backtracked big time, and we've been building bridges between the gaps for a long time. And in my humble opinion, we should be a lot further ahead than what we are. But we have a lot of people that only want to glorify the rec side, and you're not wrong about that. They want to glorify the good time, and it is a good time, and we can have a good time with it. But we have to keep on the medicinal side, or we're going to lose a lot more people that we don't have to lose simply because they're not understanding it on the level that they could. It's a struggle. It's a struggle.
You're exactly right, and that's kind of, and I hate to the gloom and doom side of reality. You know what I mean? I hate to be that person, but I really, really believe big pharma is behind a lot of the push, to keep the limelight away from cannabis so they can, keep pushing the medicine, the poison. There we go. The poison that they've always pushed. They've seen the dent from opioid to cannabis. You know what I mean? They've seen it. That's it. Undoubtedly, they have felt the impact. So if they can, sleight of hand, you know what I mean? Look over here. Look over here. You can get it cheap. You can fucking, you know what I mean? Don't think about it as medicine. Think about it as recreational. And they invest over there. So they win when they draw you over there, and then they come right back around, and then they're still pushing their poison to you.
Yep.
So it's a bait and switch, and they win on both categories because they keep their head above water. They can continue to push the poison, and then they've invested in recreational cannabis, so they're killing it on that side. And I think then that this is again one of the other reasons why I think it's so important to keep not just people that it's medical for them, but you know, if you enjoy cannabis yourself to grow it, but that's a huge portion of it. Once that trifecta happens, and big pharma has, look over here, and got that recreation, and then they've lobbied and they've got their money in there. They're gonna immediately take the whole option of home grow away because now they've got that power, and then they're gonna completely squeeze out you even able to provide medicine for yourself or even be able that's going to be covered back up. That's all going to be covered back up, and they're going to slowly take that away. And the other reason that we will fight in numbers. There's always strength in numbers. So once we've got a lot of people providing medicine for themselves, will we have way more numbers to say, fuck no, we're not, you're not taking my home, bro.
Right.
But I think that there's no think about it. There's a lot of medicinal aspects to just cultivating your cannabis. That anxiety being in the room, that time out, the focus, just not thinking about life, not thinking about the social media, not thinking about bullshit, just thinking about your girls in front of you, keeping them happy, and your mind drifts. It's very healthy for you. And not only that, as you dig deeper into cultivating the plant, it enriches you. You learn more about the plant. You learn about more about yourself. You learn about more your relationship with the plant. You start to see how the microbes and all that are beneficial for you and the plant. The same nutrients, the same thing. It's the same, you know what I mean? And I think I've said this a lot too. Why isn't the medical system evaluating us like we evaluate our plants? What are you deficient in? What you know what I mean? Try a little bit of this. Let's take some blood work and see what the numbers say. Not necessarily medicine, but through the cultivation side of things, it completes things, especially those that are coming off the rebound of addiction or pharmaceutical battles. It's a nice easement and a coping medicine. And there's no point, everyday consumption at that part. I don't see any harm, but to kind of, get them back on the up and up, getting them to cultivate. You know what I mean? Learn more about themselves. Learn the second part of the healing phase. And a lot of us don't necessarily really learn a lot of that until we dig deeper into the soil. Man, it was powerful for me. When I dug my mind into the soil, it really changed. It changed my whole life. The way I thought about it. It made me feel like this in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? We like to think as humans, we kind of run this planet, but when you dig into the soil, you see we're like nothing in part of the whole grand scheme of thing, the chain of life. We're stupid. We're stupid. We're killing everything. We're working opposite against the whole fucking thing. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. And to bounce off of that, because I'm totally with you, like the more that we can get growing their own, absolutely, because there is that side of it. You are 100% not wrong. And then knowing like energy in the depths and the ways that I do, there are some people that's what they're going to receive from it, which is exactly what you received from it. And then there are other energies that are going to receive that same concept from a different spot of it. And on top of that, when you've worked with the patients like I have, you realize how many out there truly can't grow for themselves. They truly do need those trustworthy caregivers that can take care of that for them and make sure that they've got what they need on that level for them. Whether it be people who live in areas where they can't grow. Let's take Flushing Township, for example. Not very long ago, Flushing, because of our rec laws, because they can now get into and play with ordinances in individual areas, Flushing Township attempted to make it, and almost got away with it, attempted to make it so that we, as in the medical program, weren't allowed to grow outside.
Shit, you from conception, Flushing told you couldn't grow in their fucking city limits. It wasn't. It was because a lot of great fighters that's got it to where it is now.
Rec, check this out though. In the same hand, Rec could still grow their 12 plants outside.
Get the fuck out of here.
I wish I was lying to you right now, but I'm not. And as a matter of fact, I'll just take the moment to go ahead and send you into the direction of the exact township meeting that I'm discussing where these things were going down, because they're on the Side Piece channel. They're on Angel's Side Piece, where Angel Coach Smiles was at the podium. And these were the things going down. Literally, on the medical end of things, they weren't allowed to grow their plants outside. But on the recreational, it's in the law. They can't mess with that part. Recreational could still grow their 12 outside. Medical caregivers could not. And those are the things that we've been up against. And we're here 14 years later. 14 years later, we're still battling something as illogical as that is, because people don't understand. Not only do they not understand the medicine or the plant or the healing benefits that can come from growing it or eating it, but they don't understand what's happening in the political end of it that has ultimately created all of this crazy corporate takeover and allowing townships and cities to get in and start creating completely illogical ordinances and laws around growing a plant in the backyard. I want us all to agree that they should get out of our backyards and out of our homes and out of our farmers markets. And it would be a lot easier to get along with the corporate level of things if they remembered how we've all gotten here. So that means them, how they've gotten here, and start respecting and also sending the same message. There's no reason why we can't all exist if it's not in a spot where we have money turning in our very own people that worked the trenches and brought it even to where it's at. Had we continued in those trenches, I'll just put it like it is, had we held on to our MMMA like we were supposed to, and had we not ever let them come anywhere near that people-initiated act, we wouldn't be where we are today, and there'd be a lot more respect out there. Instead, there's a lot of people out there that pushed for the licensing acts and the licensing laws, and then continued to push for the rec laws under a whole bunch of smoke screens that have built up and created a nightmare that somebody now has to fix, because it can't continue in the ways that it's continuing. We talk a lot about everybody coming together and speaking the same and standing in solidarity. The problem with that is there's really still two different sides. We have the yous that are still fighting and helping to fight for the caregivers and the growers and the home grows and everybody growing their own plants and being able to without having to fear their freedom or their children or anything else for that matter. And then you still have the people that are amongst us that agree with letting them create laws and regulations, and we keep fighting these same fights year after year. In my humble opinion, somebody's not doing their job. Yeah, the people leading the way, the people in the popularity contests running the show, they're either not doing their job or they're doing their job too well. And it's preventing the youths from getting the message out about the healing benefits of being able to grow your own plant, because people have to still be afraid of growing their own plant. If we don't gain huge followings down to every township meeting and prevent them from being able to do the things that they can now do, those ordinances go into play and those areas are screwed over. And it's a lot harder to get to the people, not only with the medicine, but with the plants. It's harder to get the message out. It's harder for us to do any of it when we really could all be working together for the same message. If we were back on the we the people holding the ground standpoint, you want your great store, have your great store, but let us have our backyard and our farmer's market. Let me bring my plant in my house and do whatever I want to do with my plant and make whatever tomato sauce I would like to make, and let me take it to my farmer's market and move it to people who understand and want it. In my opinion, there should be no reason why we can't have both levels if this is where we're at. When I spoke from the Capitol steps the week after the big major rally, I said the same thing. I'm not opposed to us all truly being able to work together in this, but we've got to all be able to work together. And if there isn't being a workable area, we can't do that. If we're still two different sides of the fence, we're still two different sides of the fence. I want them to fight for us just as hard as we're willing to fight for them. You want us to leave you alone and let you do what you need to do with your licensing and your money and your box stores, then fight for us to get them to leave us alone in our backyards and our homes and our farmers market. There's a spot here for all of us if we work the magic. If we work the magic.
I wish I could agree with that wholeheartedly, but I don't think so. I honestly don't. We fucking tabled next to them Red Riding Hood fucking wolves, shoulder to shoulder. You know what I mean? They massed themselves amongst us and fucking tried to fucking be one of us and fight for the fucking cause. And they were the ones that fucking stood at the end of their table, wouldn't let you fucking touch their jars, wouldn't let you sample their shit, and fucking time came, they fucking threw their shit in their case, their backpack, or whatever, and they were outie. They didn't give two shits about it if you were why you were using whatever, and them are the same people that you're talking about right now that don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? As long as they can keep making that dollar and they keep moving up. They didn't give a shit from the beginning, and they don't give no shits now. Sadly enough.
And you're not wrong. And you're not wrong. And you're not wrong. You're 100% right. And I'm glad that you verbalize it out in the way that you do. It's appreciated. And I believe that now we're here. Now what? Like, they've already won and they've already got the spots, the spaces that they need, that they wanted. They're going to keep doing more damage to to degrees that our people can't afford, in my opinion. We can't afford. We're becoming more and more of a minority. So I don't speak in ways of straight up, let's work with these people. Because the wolves in sheep clothing, you're right. We've been shoulder to shoulder with them since the beginning, especially here in Michigan. And it's going to be really hard for me to be nice right now. So please understand that I'm just going to do my best to be nice right now, because it's a detriment.
So my answer to you is about what do we do? I had this conversation just the other day with somebody else. We do exactly what we're talking about doing. We teach them to grow. We encourage them to grow. We stop them with our dollars. You know what I mean? You take those dollars right out of those places that they're, pushing, that are trying to squeeze out the people that are pointing out the medicine. And we teach them all to fish. We teach them all to grow. That way, when time comes, they quit spending their dollars there. You know what I mean? They get frustrated. They want them guys. That's the way they work. We seen them. Slow days, whatever. They didn't hang out. They got frustrated and left. If it ain't worth their time, they ain't gonna hang out in it. So we vote with our dollars. We just don't spend them there anymore. We teach them to grow, teach them to provide the medicine for themselves, which is going to be the best medicine they're going to probably get. Anywho, you know what I mean? And we watch them fall. We watch them fall. And when they fall, we come back and we reclaim the craft market, and we go back to the farmers market and show people. That's when I think the cannabis community will come back strong, after we watch a lot of these people that don't give no shits stumble and fall. Sadly enough, they didn't give two shits when we stumbled and fall. They encouraged it. And the sad thing about another thing you said earlier,
you're not wrong.
Talking about fucking flushing, recreation versus cannabis there, or medical. We've seen it happen in our state. As they tried and tried and tried, the people that same people we're talking about now, to squeeze us out, they brought on their recreational and said every household could now grow. That's awesome. But then they turned around and continuously say it's the caregivers that are responsible for bad medicine, overages, the black market, when every house has the ability to grow 12 recreationally. And even at that, with that being said, the amount of cannabis you could have recreational versus medical has always been skewed. Why shouldn't the medical people have the power to heal in whatever numbers they need versus the guy that just wants to smoke with his friends? And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
You know what I mean? But your numbers should be the numbers limited, not I can grow and produce that so I can have it. And then the medical side has to work with the bare bones minimal. And you know what I mean? To produce the medicine they need to produce. And then realistically, we all know, especially if we're talking about oil or a person that needs extracts, 2.5 per usable isn't enough. It isn't enough.
Uninterrupted supply. Uninterrupted supply. At one point, we had an area where it allowed uninterrupted supply. And exactly what you're speaking of is exactly what that was meant for. And exactly what we've been talking about tonight. Some people need a grain of rice and some people need 15 grams. The amount of plants and the amount of bud and tree that it takes to create that is going to be different for every one of our patients, every one of our people, on just that level of things. So yes, it needs to be an uninterrupted supply. We need to not have to worry about how many plants we're working with under any circumstance, in my opinion.
We definitely need to get more people growing, even if it takes. I've some of the funny stories. I guess we should head down that road if you'd like. About well, your grow when you start. Why'd you start? All that good stuff. If you don't mind, sure. If we have that kind of time,
Yeah,
um,
absolutely. No.
but we need to like some of the best stories I've heard. Like, and it works good here. I think, or just start passing some clones. Here you go. It's like somebody gave me a clone, and I just that went somewhere. So I just started growing. Somebody just gave me one. So initially, I just started. Yeah, fuck it. Let me see if I can do it. So we need to start just fucking passing some clones, and even if they want them or not, put them in that do or die situation. Here's a clone. I'm gonna leave it here. You can let it die. You can take care of it. It's up to you. Really not that hard to take care of, but it's your choice. I think most would not want to let it see die anyway.
Yep. I got very lucky. It's just another one of those areas that I kind of got lucky in. The actual plant itself was not around me until I was an adult. My mother always said she could grow anything on this earth except for a pot plant. She tried that once, it died. She couldn't do that. And it was just the plant itself was never in the house. But throughout the entire later point, 18 and older, I was already in connection with people who understood the plant in ways and growing in ways that most people hadn't came about yet. It was still in all those underground layers, the back in the day forums and things of that nature. So I didn't really experience the simple basic methods. I had kind of all of the top-notch information being pumped into my brain before I ever put my hands on my own plant. The first time that I started having experience in garden would have been, 2009, actually, when we had the first in-house garden, but it was not under my thumb. It was not something that I was really a part of at that point. I heard all the conversation. I seen it all happening. I seen everything coming in and out of the house. But I was managing Sephora and in salons at the time. I wasn't the one in the basement. That was kind of for the guys. I just heard all of the information. So it was literally, I've never not been around plants that weren't like top-notch genetics with people who knew how to grow them. And that information coming in. It wasn't like we all have the beginner mistakes, of course, because you have to have your hands on those plants before you get certain feels for things. But I knew how to do it long before I actually did it, is probably the easiest way of saying that. I knew all kind of the tips and the secrets and the shit that was being talked about from all of our best long before I actually had a plant in my site that I had my hands on doing it. So from the moment that I did, I really got to just hone into the girls. I really got to hone in to what they needed. I worked with a lot of different strains, cultivars, and all at the same time. So I was witnessing a lot of different things, absorbing a lot of different information all at the same time from the girls, like you were just mentioning not very long ago, becoming one with, in a sense, each one of them, being able to feed and read off of each one of them for their different values. And it was amazing for me. And this is gonna maybe hurt a little bit, so I'm sorry, but I don't want to grow my own. I want to push others to grow their own And I don't mean it like that, because yes, we need to push that, and you are so freaking right that it's crazy. And then there's kind of the me's out there that really want to support you guys in doing what you're doing, and we kind of find that same spot that you get with your hands in the dirt in other areas of the same war, the same fight that we're under. I want to push the people to you guys that then help push the people to grow the plants, while I'm helping them understand the medicine and why they should be going to you guys to get that other aspect of it. In my world, I've never been the gardener. I wasn't outside in the flower beds with my mom. I wasn't. She liked to do that shit, but that wasn't where I knew that's not where my energy belonged. I enjoyed it once I got into it. I can do it. I can totally do it. Like I just said, I've had all the information pumping in there for a really long time. I did do it. I operated a lot of plants all at the same time for a really long time. A really long time. And that's not where I belong with my hands in the dirt. I There's me's that should oversee things like that, that find the mistakes and can help work out the kinks inside somebody else's room, that kind of help guide those paths, because I do have the knowledge up here. But to be locked into a plant schedule for me and my life, it doesn't work. I couldn't necessarily, there's no way I would have been able to grow plants and raise my 3 kids at the same time. I honestly would not have ever had time for that. The last time my back went out, it was out for a solid month. There was nobody around me that could have came and helped save my garden if my garden was up. All the work I would have put into that would have been gone in the month, because they would have died. There was literally nothing that I could have done. So I agree. I want everybody who wants to grow to grow. I want it all to happen, and I want them to understand, but there's some of us that there's just a little bit of a different spin on it. And then we can get that same value out of the plant without necessarily putting our fingers in the dirt, if that makes sense.
It does, and I can respect that. I can respect that. Um, yeah, there has to be both sides, I guess. But I still definitely encourage the grower side. I
All day.
guess, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. My feelings aren't that hurt.
Yes, I know, but I had to put the other medical spin on it, because sadly we got a lot of older crowd, and we got a lot of people that are in positions where maybe they would even like to grow, but they can't grow. And we can still get them into areas where they can get in and fit in, and understand the healing benefits of even growing the plant without growing the plant, just like I had for all of those years when I was absorbing all of that information, but my hands weren't necessarily in the dirt. I still understood the energy between the girls and yourself, and what that was doing for others. And I was able to pass along that message for the ones that absolutely could and wanted to, and encourage it all day. I will keep dropping the seeds for you if that's the case. We just can't all do it. They can't all do it. They can't all do it.
It's funny you say that, because at some point I really see, and some people have told me that this is already a thing. I see almost. I'm gonna start it off by saying almost like a posh cannabis market where or there's just gonna be a cannabis gardener. You're gonna be able to come up and fucking say, yeah, I've got a can of gardener, but you're going to have that guy that just comes over and does all the watering. And then at the end of the day, you're going to be like, oh, yes, this is my cannabis plants. Yes, I've got this strain and that strain. But I think that could happen too on just a patient scale where, you can have somebody stop by, cultivate your stuff for you. And at the end of the day, if you wanted to help, you could. If not, then you just have somebody help you, maintain your medicine for you. I think that'll be a market at some point.
Yes, that definitely sounds amazing. And sadly, we will also still continue to battle the ones out there that have helped lead the path to where we are. And there's a lot of following out there, and it really does prevent us from doing that work to the degree that we could be. And as much as getting the seeds out there and getting the pots growing and the lights up, um, I humbly feel like we have to start doing something about the people that are a detriment and that are causing us to not be able to do our jobs as efficiently as we could be, and getting that healing benefit out there. It's a con, and it's a con to the con, and sometimes things need to be called out, and we went from self-governing our communities, um, to allowing anything in to lead the communities. And it's helped again lead us to the exact place that we are, with the crazy licenses and the corporate grows, and preventing the U's and I's from getting the message about the plant and the medicine out there. And I think until those kinds of people are, in a sense, stopped in their tracks, it's going to continue. And we're not going to be able to get to those levels that we knew we could get to 14 years ago. We can still get to them. But as much as we need to get them all doing, understanding things a little bit better in the grow rooms and on the medicinal level, we also have to be brave enough, to stand up to the ones that are leading the people astray, the ones that led the people to the $1,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars of licensing, the ones that intentionally led our people to those rec laws, knowing that they were going to be able to get in and start messing with the ordinances in the townships and creating more havoc and more laws, more ordinances, more rules, more regulations. The things that they're able to do out there is really sickening, and it scares people and stops people from doing exactly what we're trying to get them to do, and that's to heal using the plant, whether they're growing it or eating it or smoking it, or understand the cannabinoids of it. We have a huge group of people, um, that are harmful, that are harmful. And I would love to see us, stand up to that just as strongly as we stand up for the plant, because it's in the plant's name, and it's kind of scary. At the end of the day, we still have people being raided. We still have people being arrested. We're 14 years into this with some of the same quote unquote leaders leading the way. So somebody isn't doing something, or somebody is doing it too well in the underlayers of things. And in my opinion, it's getting scary, again, and it's stopping us from getting this message out, and giving people the comfort of being able to grow their own plant in their own homes with their children, and not have to worry about it to the degrees that they have to worry about it right now. I mean, we had a CBD farm raided 14 years after medical has went legal in our state. How is that? And until we're able to get to the bottom of that, and really start reversing the damage that's done, we still have people fearful of growing a plant in their home, because their children are going to be taken. You still have mothers being afraid to smoke a joint while they're pregnant because they're going to go to a hospital and have their kid taken. When we used to stand for the MMMA, and we used to stand up really strong for it until all of these outside forces that claimed they were for the caregiver program started literally pushing those people to go vote yes on things that now have us in a position where people are still fearful and they're still being raided and they're still going to jail over something that they should not be getting in trouble for at all. I digress.
All good points. All good points. So here's a tricky one for you. I got a tricky one for you.
Okay, bring it. I deserve it. Bring it.
So, since fair enough, and you've redeemed yourself a little bit there, a lot, on the reasons to grow or to push people to good quality caregivers. But with that being said, what do you just say to the people that don't want to go pull that medical license anymore? I don't need to grow, and if I can grow 12. I don't need to pull a license anymore. What do you say to those folks?
This one might get rough. This one might get rough. I am a very much so. We'll just explain it for the people that are still here right now. I am a very for our Constitution gal. I am very much so a we the people. They work for us, and they have forgotten that, and we allow a lot of pockets to get really fat off of things like lobby money, and lobbying used to be foul language when I was growing up. And I am struggling with our recommendations right now. I understand the protections that we have with our act that we put forward and with those cards. But there's been a lot of it that has been a shaft in a sense. And we're now at a point where we know that the cards have opened doors for people to be harmed. We've had the cards used against us since the moment the cards began. We have a ton of protection that we don't have when we have our card. It gives us this doctor recommendation. However, that doctor recommendation has been made a joke. It's been made a joke, really. The importance of it and the point of it has really kind of been taken away over time. And I think one of the only ways to fight against our government and truly brick wall the government is to stop feeding into their games entirely. I fear the cards right now. Our reality is we know those HIPAA laws were supposed to be intact from minute one. We also know that those HIPAA laws have been breached over and over again. In that sense of things, the safety that is supposed to be there with those cards are not. My original fears as a mother with 3 kids and putting my name on a state list ultimately became fact over time. I should have worried about putting my name on a state list. It shouldn't be that way, but it has become that way over the years. And I want us all to be able to have the card and the card stand for what we think it does. And it's not doing that entirely right now. So I struggle in my own mind with, do we continue to push people to get these cards and feed into the system that's been created now, because it's no longer the original MMMA. We have all these twists and turns. It's been mutilated. So do we continue to push them into the card avenue and keep feeding the beast? Or do we stand up to the beast and tell them we don't need a card? Get out of our backyards and out of our homes and out of our farmers markets. You don't regulate my tomato. You don't get to regulate my cannabis plant. I'm struggling with it very hard right now because my energy is saying, shut the cards down. The cards have been kind of a ploy. It's allowed them a lot of leeway to create a lot of damage, as we're also protected from the very law that is still doing whatever they want to do anyways at the end of the day. Sad reminder, we just had a CBD farm raided. I mean, if they can still get away with stuff like that, where do we draw the line? How do we stop them and still keep the protection of the card? Because I don't feel more protected with the card right now. I feel like we were more protected when it was all underground.
I've enjoyed this. You have provided a lot of great talking points this evening. And again, I can see your viewpoint 100%. That's one of the reasons I've constantly preached pro card, was the protection. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, against the laws that you've stated they created, unfortunately, it is a shitty system. But the reason why, I guess, and again, you shouldn't be a license. It should just be a humanitarian right that we choose to choose this herb. It's funny how they single it out. Not only do they single out the plant, they single out molecules of the plant, measurements of the plant. You know what I mean? But yet, this is the only plant they seem to do that with. Even the other plants, you know what I mean? The coca plant. They don't necessarily tell you, you know, how much of the plant you can. Yeah, it's not even a thing. But for cannabis, for some reason, it's picked on like that. But yeah, it's a crazy thing. It's unnecessary. It should be just human right that we should be able to consume it. But on the same hand, if we're going to keep, well, and this is a double-edged sword. We should know cannabis has been used for thousands of years. We know a lot of the healing powers. We're stupid in a way to kind of think that we need all this extra research to say it's a medicine. We've known it, but unfortunately, through politics and shit like that, that a lot of that information has been somewhat suppressed. You know what I mean? And I think through the pulling of the cards, still to this day, because unfortunately, this is the way things work. Funding has to come in with numbers. There has to be interest. There has to be cases to look into. You know what I mean? So through pulling of the cards, we're providing, yes, you know what I mean? I am suffering from cannabis. I have reasons to use. Please take some of our government dollars, put some research into why this medicine's working for me. You know what I mean? And that doesn't, as the numbers dwindle, I think that the powers that be, the investors, are gonna look at it like you said earlier. They just wanted to get high. See, we gave them recreational, and your numbers dropped. Your card numbers dropped. It was never about the medicine. It was always about getting a high. So show me your numbers. I'll show you the money. So I think that's a counter argument for pulling the card, but yet I do understand it should be a humanitarian right just to use.
Yeah, I struggle with it, and I've struggled with it since I realized what was happening, because when I stepped into the stores the first time, Of course, like any one of us, when we step into understanding the laws at all, or what's happened or what's been going on inside the stores specifically since the beginning, the stores started out supporting the caregivers. We were able to. Um, we didn't fully understand the depths and layers to the amount of damage that was ultimately going to come our way. You don't start realizing those things until the pieces of the puzzle start coming together for you. So when I came into this, I thought we were good, just like anybody else does. Cannabis community is all love and light and for the plant and for the healing and for getting the good word out. And then you quickly start to realize that that's not always the case. It's not just about getting the word of the plant out. It's not, there's a lot of under layers that have ultimately grown us to the amount of damage that we now have out there. I want the cards to support us, but I also think that there has been a rhyme and a reason to even the cards for a long time. And I think there could be a bigger scenario happening. It is a plant. It's a plant. It's a plant. It's a plant. Like I've literally been screaming it for years. It's a plant. How have we even ever allowed them to get our brains to a point where we feel like we need to negotiate our constitutional rights as humans so that we can use a healing plant when, like you said, they don't regulate the rest of it. They don't regulate the rest of it. They knew when they were putting prohibition into play exactly what they were doing. And that's why they put it into play. It wasn't for any other reason than the most highs in those times already knew about the endocannabinoid system. They already knew if they shut that system down, it was going to make our population sicker and sicker. It feels like feeding the beast. It feels like negotiating our rights for something that we should never have to negotiate for. So what happens if we all put the card down and stand up for that? What happens if we start working and fighting together to have something like a cannabis plant put onto the Michigan cottage law, where it literally in one motion would reverse all the damage that's been caused up to this point, and a card wouldn't be necessary because we could grow a plant in our backyard and we could bring it in our house and do what we wanted with it and take it to our farmers market. And the ones that are dealing with their licenses and their corporate insanity can continue to do what they're doing. If they want to be what they've been to us, which is exactly what's happened, they all chose to, in a sense, turn on us, for lack of better terms. If that's who they want to be, let them go be that over there while we continue to call them out by name, in my humble opinion, because those kinds of people are not going to get stopped until the truth starts coming out. So what happens if we all stand up for that? I'm for bulking up the card, but then my brain still has this going on in the back because of that deep constitutional value in the simplicity of it being a plant. I can grow any other plant I want. Why can I not grow a cannabis plant if I want? Letting government do the testing or do the the scientific research, that almost feels like letting the pharmaceutical companies fudge up some madness in the long run of things. Can we get that kind of research without it being corrupted in the kind of government that we're allowing ourselves to live under right now? I don't know. Is it fighting a losing battle? Because right now, 14 years later, I feel like I fought a losing battle in that end of it. I've helped save a lot of people. There's a lot of people that understand cannabis as medicine differently. They understand how to grow a plant differently, but we're still fighting the same battles that we're fighting. And it's not any less detrimental out there. There's got to be a way to turn it around. There has to be, because it's not right. It's not right.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of work to be done with. I agree with a lot. Well, everything you just said. Damn it. Damn it.
I'm
Because
sorry.
it is going to take, a lot of work to be done 100%, and through legislation. But there's just so much work to be done. It really is. We can't give up the fight yet. I think a part of that, I guess, as far as keeping it a good medicine, we got to keep them growing. I said that earlier. It comes back to the growing thing. We got to keep them involved, you know,
Yeah.
keep them
Uh,
interested.
100%. But we also got to stop them from getting the wrong information. And sadly for us, they've gotten their hands on a lot of the wrong information. And until people are willing to open their minds to other parts of it, in a sense, we're just going to keep fighting it. I don't, in that regards, I don't want to have to keep going to the township meetings. I want to put that time into healing the people. I don't want to have to worry about my buddy getting turned in because of whatever the case may be revolving around marijuana. There has to be a way for us to come together and really truly put a stop to that somehow, because the government don't get to win at the end of the day. They've been winning, but they don't really it's not the way it's supposed to go. Our Constitution tells us that. It shows us that. And so in my brain, in my mind, after doing all of this stage, I supported it all at one point or another. And I had to learn the hard way in that regards. And now this is where I'm at with it. Like, they've been playing dirty pool for a really long time. So how do we get this backed up so that we're, in a sense, back in control of being able to help our people grow and be involved in the cannabis as medicine? Because I want to grow, and I want everybody else to grow, and I want everybody else to eat it and put it on their skin and understand it at the same time. And it's possible.
Well, we have to, unfortunately, teach the real drug dealers here, put it into their, I mean, seriously, it was taken out of the medical doctrine a long time ago. They were stopped, you know what I mean? They've been not taught about how cannabis can heal for a long time. And sadly enough, they were pushed into real medical practices, and they were started to push pills instead. So I think the medical system needs to be retrained, that not necessarily all their weapons or their tools come out of out of a factory. They need to go back and look into natural homeopathic methods, treat us more like nature, like kind of already talked about, because we are pretty symbiosis with nature. You know what I mean? And get them to try to use natural remedies on us. That's the medical system. Now, you're right. We shouldn't have to pull a card. They should have to rethink how they treat us.
Absolutely. When I walk into a doctor's office and the doctor doesn't want to listen to me about my body and what I know is going on, that's a problem. And there was a time in Michigan when we were working alongside the doctors a lot more. The doctors were getting more and more comfortable with gaining the knowledge and even putting the knowledge forward to their patients. And we're coming back to a point where that's even becoming more of a struggle, because again, we're still fighting all of these weird, crazy laws and regulations that don't make sense. It's still putting our doctors that are in our everyday offices in our own communities in positions where they have to worry about what's going to happen to them if they do tell patients what's going on. So they don't even want to hear us anymore. And again, there was a time when they were hearing us. They wanted to talk to the me's and you's out there that had been working with the patients over and over and over again, and understood it truly understood it on that medicinal level that we've been talking about tonight. That's not happening as frequently anymore. It's just not. And the certification process, in hindsight, looking back right now tonight, because it's been a minute since I've looked all the way back to certification process, that's even become well, just, I don't want to say a joke because that's not a nice word right now, but it's almost became even more of a joke than it already was. It takes nothing to get your card. There's really no proof of anything that's needed. It's just it's a doctor that briefly looks at some shit right quick and signs some stuff, and then you send all your information into the state. That's not what it was. It was still easy then, but there was still much more of a lengthier process that was in play, where these patients were actually working with the doctors that were recommending the medical marijuana. And then those doctors were working with the people like me that were in the stores, actually, I can't say this word really, but it's true, treating the patients. We were the ones being called the nurses and the doctors. We were the ones that were being able to relieve these people with the medicine far more than their doctors were. And their doctors were starting to hear us. And even that has now shut off in huge degree, because of where we're at with the licensing and the rec that we allowed to get involved. Our own grassroots people ended up kicking us around, in right up even to the bitter end. They one by one started pushing for the same things. They convinced people that it was a good thing, and it's hurting our people and stopping them from growing, stopping them from medicating. We're still worried about people going to work high. Well, like, come on, they can take a Vicodin and go to work, but they can't smoke a joint and go to work. There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I 100% think I trust somebody that needs to loosen up that back, myself included, with that one on the way. You know what I mean? To be able, there's been times where first day of a in particular job, shit ass job, rough, tear off, whatever, and the next day you're hurting. But I'd much rather see somebody grab for a joint than some type of opiate or whatever. I would much trust somebody working with somebody, vice versa.
Absolutely. Which definitely kind of hits me on another thing that I've recently been hearing about. I had some managers of some normal everyday stores make the comment that there was just so many people coming to work high. And they got to the point where they can't even function. They're so high. And once I made the point that marijuana is an easy excuse for these people, it kind of hit a little bit different, because that's also happening out there. They're taking and doing whatever they want, and they go to work and they're stoned on who knows what, but they can just quickly, easily, I used my medicine before I went to work. I got high before I went to work, and it's being a spot where people who don't use cannabis are also seeing it differently inside the workplaces and elsewhere, again, because of other substances. It's an easy excuse for people. And that's again pretty scary as well, because that's not helping us in the long run of getting these things turned around, and brought back to a spot where we don't have to worry about it. We shouldn't have to worry about it. We should be able to push them to use as much cannabis as they want, grow as much cannabis as they want for themselves, and it should be okay without fear. And we don't have that, and we don't really have that for a lot of reasons that I think we can turn around if we start talking kind of about certain things a little bit more openly than we've been able to up to this point. Your show, I big commend you. I haven't been paying attention for the entire 5 years, even though I know it's been around and we've talked about it. But since I have been over the last while, you're one of the only ones that is still talking about the real shit that was going on then, that's going on now, and allowing people to have that voice, where it's a little bit more uncontrolled. And that's again not happening out there. We've got all these messages being pushed, and there's kind of narratives behind it or agendas behind it, and it's harming our people. It's totally harming them. It's dismantling everything that we've been working and fighting for to get the plant into the people's hands. There's got to be a way. Somebody's not doing something, or we're not doing something.
I see a lot of ego destroying the industry, to be honest with you. 100%. Money and ego seem to be that barrier between us being able to do the right thing. They're the people that were, kind of fighting, the ones that are squeezing us out with their money and their ego.
In my terms, the wrong people are being held up. And it's a lot of times because things, as a society, we do it anyways, whether it's in our own homes or outside our homes. The things are pushed under the rug that shouldn't be pushed under the rug. And that creates a situation where the wrong people are being kind of held up in the air, and it stops other people from being able to get that message out that can actually change some shit around, where the ego is not involved and the dollar bill is not what is involved in making this plant be able to be the miracle medicine that it's intended to be. It grows from the ground. We have a wide spectrum of this because it was intended for us to use freely, to help ourselves and our people and our fibers and our clothes and our buildings. And we've had a lot of people for a lot of years that have put so many blocks to that. And ego and money have been and our health have been the ace number one things that have stopped us from being able to do that. I would like it to stop. And I don't think it's going to stop until we stop the wrong ones from being held up out there. Support the supportable. I've been screaming support the supportable since the day I stepped into learning any of this or seeing any of this. And we've been doing it right down to the stores and things through the years. We've all supported stores or areas or people or places that eventually ended up just being discovered out that they were dirty rock stars in the bunch somewhere. But once we learn, right? Like, once you see, you can't unsee kind of concept. And yet the same things keep getting pushed under the rug, not being brought to light and handled and taken care of. And we keep on fighting, worrying about raids, worrying about why we can't grow what the fuck we want to grow. Oops.
Oh, you're more than welcome to say it on the show. It's in the title.
No, that's true. That's true. Some people don't like it, but it is one of my favorite words, and I can get carried away with it sometimes. Is
What? No, it's one of those words. One of my favorite audio bites is an Adam Sandler thing with the uses of the word fuck. And then he goes through getting all the way to it can be used in every word of a sentence. Fuck the fucking fuckers. But it's so true. It is a fun, versatile word for sure.
Yeah, I've been a sailor mouth since I was a very young age. Mama said I came out of the womb with fingers up noses, and she's kind of right. I mean, because I just care about what kind of humans that you're being out there. I don't care. I've never cared about anything else, especially not age or authority or law enforcement or anything of that nature. Like, if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. If you're a good human, you're a good human. If you're doing people right, you're doing people right. If you're doing right by the plant, it will show. It will show. And I believe those are the people that deserve to be lifted up and supported and helping their message get out. Because the more people that hear that message, the more that energy is pulled away from the negativity that's out there that's wreaking havoc around a beautiful medicine that more people need in their hands. We all have spines. That means we all need it. And we can't get the word out if all we're worried about is egos and the popularity contest that's happening out there. And I don't disagree. I don't disagree. So, yes, please get your card. It is protection out there. Yes, it is. It really is.
You
And I
know,
struggle with saying that out loud right now. I just do.
I appreciate you at least struggling to say that because you kind of touched on another point of at least protection, you know, with exactly what you fucking said. I keep repeating that phrase, it seems like. With people being able to use recreational cannabis and then be cloaking behind that right. Um, if something happens, to you, to them, whatever, you're involved, they're involved. Cannabis is found in both systems. You're gonna have some protections. You know what I mean? Behind your upper right, it'll be in your system, not because you chose to recreational smoke and go to work, but you had it in your system as a medicine. So there is, some pluses to having that card, especially now in an era of recreational cannabis, because it can come back to haunt you. As you pointed out, you know what I mean? You cannot necessarily, just because it's recreational, you shouldn't be just as you shouldn't have to tell people you can't drink while you're at work. You're not necessarily supposed to,
Right.
smoke or consume unless it is your medication. And if it is your medication, then it should be in your system. And there is some pluses and minuses to the card, but I do see both sides to your fight.
It's a struggle because I pushed hard for those cards. I worked my ass off for those cards. That's what I did. I worked my ass off to push that message. I worked my ass off to support our MMMA that allows our people to grow whatever, well, for the most part, well, just lack of better terms, whatever they want. We still had restriction. We were still wavering on lines of our constitutional rights versus what the act was saying, but it it was still being stood behind. The card was pushed. I helped get a lot of cards signed. I helped walk a lot of our patients through that process of having those. I helped them understand the protections that they had, and to even have to waver on that line of what's right and what's wrong right now, or what's going to work and what's not going to work in the face of the quote unquote laws that we have right now, it is a struggle. I've been supporting it the whole time. I've been pushing it the whole time, but it's not working. It's not really working. We still have people in jail. We still have people being raided. We still have kids being taken away from their families, etc. So how do we fix that part? If that part could go away, I could go right back to being 110% behind the card. And I am like, yes, please get your card, because if you don't understand it, you really should have your card. But even that takes understanding. The people holding the card still have to know what the card means. And if it's recreational users standing behind a card that they can't speak to, then that's not helping us in the long run either. And that, of course, is happening. That, of course, is happening too.
I've seen it work both ways too, as you kind of pointed out. I've seen people kind of hindered from care because of the card. Oh, so you're a cannabis user. You're not getting anything for, your severe pain or whatever, or you're just you're just not gonna get that heart or liver because we don't unfortunately do transplants for cannabis patients.
Facts.
Uh, so there is some downsides to it, 100%.
Yeah. And it definitely did. I mean, putting my name on the list, as much as it gave me more protection, it did also, as a parent, put me in that fearful state of what happens if they're lying? What happens if HIPAA laws are broke in the office? What happens if I'm ever in a courtroom over my children? And like, it just, those things have came into play along the way. So it's kind of like a pro-con thing. You're picking up one set of fight and kind of dropping another. And I don't know where we draw the line right now. We need it. We need more people to speak to it, but we also need more people to understand it, speaking to it. And that's definitely still a struggle out there.
Damn, space that off right there real quick. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Oh, damn, I completely spaced. I caught the angel number 333, and people in chat were catching it too. I was just getting ready. I was typing. I caught it. I caught it too.
Nice.
And,
Good deal.
but unfortunately, baby, forget what I was gonna say. Couldn't have been him. That lucky. Totally
Well,
sidelined me.
and just so chat knows, like, I will be going back through this chat and reading this chat. Like, this everything going on in here that I'm missing out on, where I'm usually at when the show's on and I'm here, I will be going back and checking this out and seeing what's going on. You guys are not completely out of my sight. So thank you for catching the 333s, because I did not. Without my glasses on, I can't see that clock right now. But realistically, I either need to make you pause so I can head out the door for a hot second, or we need to go ahead and wrap this up for the night.
You're it's always up to the guests. I can wait or we can wrap. It's up to you.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and play with the chat for a second and let me close this window so I'm not freezing anymore, and I'll be right back.
Right on. Cheers to all you guys in chat and the lucky few that did get the 333. Cheers to you. Thank you for throwing out the great conversation there, Mr. Smileys. Much respect to you. I'm Brennan Anderson, Modern Genetics. I see you. Cheers, everybody. What are you guys smoking on? As I cough my way through this dab. Oof. Wow. Smoking. What the heck am I smoking? Oh, this is some back at OG that I got from Terp Wizard. Smoking it in what will be this nice pen that a future guest that Miss Angel also knows, give me this weekend. Uncle Mike will be here. Hopefully, if his health is improved, Wednesday. Cheers and thank you, Uncle Mike. Appreciate it. I did have a fun time hanging out and meeting you at the organic cup. Had a good time that weekend, 100%. Met a lot of great people, a lot of people that you'll be meeting here in the next couple of weeks. That's what I loved about them events is getting out there and meeting some great people and getting them to come and tell stories. And there's no exception. I most certainly met a lot of great people and recruited them to come tell their story, their Canada journey the next few weeks. So keep your heads up, your eyes open for some new episodes of fucking talking shit for some great people. As I hope to get out to more of these events and meet more and more people firsthand, as I kind of hinted to this evening with the conversation with Angel. I do love hearing people's perspective on cannabis and taking me outside of the box, my mindset, and making me think about things I don't always catch. Cheers to you, modern. Have I not been smiling this evening? Modern keeps telling me to smile all night long. He's been like, smile, smile, Eagle. I have been smiling. Cheers, doctor. Oof. So yeah, as you may or may not heard, Uncle Mike is supposed to be. He's scheduled for this coming Wednesday. So hopefully his health has improved. Traveling can do that. So hopefully he's feeling better by Wednesday. I was like, let's just commit to a date. If you're feeling better, we'll knock it out. If not, we can always reschedule. But I at least want to try to get you on the books.
Yeah, and I know he's ready to. He's definitely been down under the weather pretty good, so he's a little bit worried whether he will be up far enough to be able to play or not. He's on the other side of it, I believe, just so we're all aware. We don't have to be too worried.
He did surface earlier this evening and was hanging out at least momentarily in chat supporting you. So
Yeah, I didn't necessarily see that, but I definitely gave the flag of don't even worry about that. Like, please rest if that's what you need to do. But I'm definitely glad to hear that he was around for a minute for sure. And I was actually going to say that there's definitely a couple of them a couple more of them that deserve that shout out that we were talking earlier in that sense of things in the more recent. And that's definitely the cup that we were just at, the organic cup with the crew that put that together. When we're talking designer and we're talking Fang and we're talking Amy, and now I understand the Big Cloud crew. They did an amazing job with that event. We've put on a lot of events in Michigan over the last many years, and I think that they really did do a fabulous job. I know that there was, in a sense, a point in bringing the two worlds together. That is something, well, I should just kind of, there's been history with Fang for a lot of years. When he introduced me onto the stage when I spoke that first night, the second night, they've done amazing things out there in the past, and they continue to grow and do amazing things. And they have been bringing the spiritual realm and the healing realm into the growing realm since before I even technically met them. I was I was researching their strains and their ways of growing before I ever even met them before they came to Michigan, because I was hearing of crystals down in pots and things of that nature. And then you're really talking a realm of spirituality that many people hadn't even thought of yet. And they've mentioned it before, so I'll mention it again. That actually kind of started with Uncle Mike. You just brought Uncle Mike up. That actually did truly start even with Fang, a spin-off of a conversation that he had had with Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike was using river rocks, and he will get into that part of the story in his time. I'm sure of it, so I won't go any further. But that ended up spinning into Fang's mind with the spirituality and the crystals, and that's kind of where the crystals in the soil began with them. There was a point in them bringing the healing realm and kind of that recreational side of things together. And as much as I agree with you, the stage was drowned out. I would like to see more focus on what's going on with the stage, or at least the stage be able to be loud enough to, in a sense, overpower the crowd so that it kind of is being heard and paid attention to. But it was beautiful to see the two worlds come together. It was kind of great to be able to sit there in a big sesh party having a great time on that more laid back recreational side, as we had all of these stories of healing and growing going on around us. There's always room for improvement, but the things that they brought together in that event were pretty amazing to see. And I know that there were others that kind of felt the same way before the end of the show in that sense. So any of them that had anything to do with that organic cup, huge props to my dear friends, Fang, Amy, Chanilly, Hendrix, comedian Hendrix. He's mentioned it. I helped sign his cards too, help get his cards signed too. And to see them all up there doing what they were doing, and pulling it together for all of us was an absolute beautiful, beautiful thing. Uncle Mike has been a huge part of the fight and through and across the country for a lot of years. And we all have been in our own ways and our own times. And the prop still comes kind of back to you with giving the platform for all of these different people to be able to come on with their stories. And I think that in the long run also helps them understand that growing their own plants and understanding the plant as medicine only opens more doors for all of us. And I think in the long run will truly help bring us together if that's at all possible, to the same side of the fence, at least where we can all work together and nobody's getting in trouble anymore, because nobody deserves it.
Man, I gotta stop there and just kind of flip it back to you and a lot of other people. 100%. That list is pretty long, but I know there's people in chat, and there's people that will watch, but these great stories, you know, find me through people like yourself. You know what I mean? Taking your time to fucking come tell them stories. People like yourself, they believe in what I'm doing enough to pull people aside and go, hey, you should meet this guy. You know what I mean? And thank you. This happens through awesome people that me believe in the plant and believe that the stories need to be. So thank you to other people that pull and go talk to this guy. it doesn't happen. It's for me. It's a lot of it makes this thing help happen 100%.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, and thank you, because it's definitely the connections that have been made along the way that have allowed us, in essence, to even get to this spot where this is all happening, um, for so many people to come together on a platform, um, that is worthy. And
Especially with the name, because it has that fucking in it, and it went back and forth on that because again, I've always been a fan of the word myself, but I wondered at some points, even some people brought it up to me. Don't you think maybe if you're gonna take things to the next level, you should think about pulling that out? And I'm like, I honestly think about it, and then you know I talk to people, and somebody we've referenced already throughout this conversation, uh, people I respect. I have respect for my elders. You know what I mean? It's just the way I was brought up. I still, sir and ma'am, even though sir and ma'am have become almost taboo. I've had people just get mad over sir and ma'am, but it is what it is. So, like when I approached Chuck about coming to him and wanting to hear his message and get, he, yeah, we went back and forth, and he says to me, he said, I don't know if you seem to be a nice, straight up gentleman, and I believe you've got a cause with a purpose stood there 100%. 100% too. I believe in, but then come to, and I have to look him in the eye, and I'm like, fucking talk shit with Eagle. And I thought it, you know what I mean? And it's like, is it a deal killer? But then I get looks from like him, people that I'm like terrified to blurt it out. Should I change it? Should I not say it? And he slapped on the shoulder, grabbed my neck, and says, "I love it. I like it. Come on, come on. Let's set something up." He said,
yeah, that was kind of a cool little happening that happened after the fact. Your sticker was very nearby, and we were having some conversation, and I was already going to direct the conversation to the sticker and be like, "Oh, so you did meet Eagle?" Be like, "That's awesome," and let him know that that is absolutely a platform that should be supported, and that if that's what he's looking to do, which clearly he was, because that's what he was doing on the stage for us, he's clearly looking to get his story out, and it should be out, because it's an eye opener on levels that I don't know that people are ready for yet, but yet it's just amazing. And before I could even say anything about the sticker, he directed the conversation. So, what do you know about the eagle? And so I was able to open the door and help him understand that I wholeheartedly believed that if he wanted a platform to help get it out there, that your platform was one that I felt he would be able to respect, with his story. His story is major. It's mind blowing, and I don't think it's just for any host. I truly don't. And when it was just the connection that happened, and I definitely backed it up, because the supportable should be supported. And that's how I've been rocking since minute one, getting the information out there while I support the people and the products that allow me to get that information out there. And Eagle's been doing a good job for a really long time, and even much longer than I even realized. Not that I ever doubted, I didn't realize the platform. I didn't realize your realm of show and what you were truly doing and the concept behind it, until all of a sudden one late night, I'm now a YouTuber and I'm on YouTube and there's Eagle and I'm like, what's going on here? And dove in and then realized what you were really doing over here. And we need more of it, and we need more people to know of it so that they can get to these same stories and these same concepts. And it's only going to help people understand, or at least hone into things the way they choose to. You know, if they choose to support whatever they support, then that's what they choose to support. But I think you have such a broad range of people on, that there's all sides of the story all the time, whether it be down here in the chat, while the shows are happening, or the guests that are actually on the show. So I beg of you to keep going and doing what you're doing, because you're the one that deserves to be propped up in this YouTube world of medical marijuana and medicine and growing and helping people understand and truly understand. It's not just a game for you. It's never been a game for you. It hasn't been a game for you since the moment I met you, literally. We were a hardcore minority at the time, when we met, and we knew that when we met, because our conversation was not the conversation that we could just go have with anybody and they understand the way we understood it. And then you walked into Green Acres, with Doc Rod. Let's go ahead and take a quick moment. 352. Let's go ahead and take a quick moment for Doc Rod. He doesn't get to walk around with us here anymore, but he is very much so with us in hardcore ways all around me as we speak. And he opened up Green Acres there in Flint, and that's when you walked back in again. And it was the same conversation on a different level, and you had the show, and you started being in and out of there, and you were still on the same level that I was on, and it was still kind of a minority at that point. You know, just like it still is even 4 or 5 years later. There's just not enough of us talking about the depths that the you and I's have been talking about since the beginning of this. As we learned, as we grew, as we became one with the plant and the medicine. And I honestly thank you, for asking me to be here several times over, and for understanding that it's never our timing, it's divine timing. And the timing was clearly tonight, and it was set up on the new moon of Sagittarius, and none of that was planned either. Just more proof in the timing of life. We have no control over it. When things are supposed to be, they will be. Just as you mentioned earlier, we absorb things and we opened our mind to things when we're supposed to. Things absorb differently for different people at different levels, different times, and it's shows like yours that is going to help get the message out. And I thank you for continuing the fight all the way along in this, because I know it's not an easy one.
Appreciate those kind words, but I'm supposed to be giving you props. This is your hour.
Hey, it's just real. It's just real talk. We support the supportable. I've always supported the supportable. And at the end of the day, I'm a mom, I'm a manager, I'm a trainer, I'm a teacher, I'm a guidance counselor, I'm kind of all of, I'm a tarot reader, I'm an energy reader, I'm all of these things. And my job, my duty is to get the right message out, and you support the right message. So my hour or not, it's most definitely props to you all at the same time. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming.
There's a lot of amazing cannabis warriors out there for sure. And that was the point, you know, to try to get some of these guys up here and gals, more so gals, because there's a lot that there's so many people without the egos that aren't in telling their story that have done so much. So many humble people that just do it to do it. And them are some of the great stories that need to be heard. You know, there's so many threads to this quilt that is the cannabis community, and we need to document them before, you know, time just doesn't allow us to, document them. We all, you never know. That's the funny thing. We never know when our number's up, and we really do need to understand the true history of cannabis. And we're never going to know that without these stories. It isn't just the smuggling and whatnot. There's the people that have used, it's a rich history, and it's about time, that we can raise our hand and tell our stories and document it. History. Go back on the books.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And absolutely. And I will continue to push and help push exactly that, because that's the right message. That's the right message. I mean, again, we can have fun with this. I'm not trying to take the fun out of any of our parties, out of any of our good times with it, but to understand it on all the levels and to the depths that it deserves to be lifted up is still strongly important to me, and I wish to invite others along. And I think as long as we are holding up and supporting the right people and the right platforms and giving those people the platforms to help get that side of the message out, the more people will understand. Some people literally just still don't know. It's amazing what they don't know. And it's because there's still a lot of what we were talking about earlier. There's still the ego and the money play, and the corporation play and the licensing play and all of these things that kind of smoke screen the true spirituality and the true healing of marijuana. It's a well-rounded plant. It gives us everything right down to the good time. But if we can have the good time and the message, we just have a better time, in my opinion.
So on the funnier side of things, I lived in fear too about that card. It almost made me feel better that the state of Michigan finally went back and corrected the spelling of marijuana on the cards, because with the weird spelling there for years, I just literally waited for a knock on the door going, "You dummy, it isn't even spelled right."
That was one of the key moments in all of this, when it just really felt like a sick joke. Yeah, that's what it felt like. When they went and changed the spelling, it felt like a sick joke. It felt like we were being played. It was the only way that I could put it. How does that happen? How do you change the spelling of a marijuana plant? But they did. They did. They did it and got away with it for a while too. And
Sometimes, oh, go ahead,
no,
please.
I was just gonna, and you'll also notice, I'm sure, I go back and forth between cannabis and marijuana and weed. I had myself so programmed to call it cannabis that that's all I called it. And then it got to the point over this last handful of years where I realized that that was another, almost kind of like, it felt like a program. Wait a minute. Marijuana, there's nothing wrong with marijuana. There isn't a difference between marijuana and cannabis. There isn't a difference between weed, marijuana, and cannabis. What's the whole break the stigma? Like, why are we allowing it to be differentiated like that? It's a marijuana plant, just as it's a cannabis plant, sure, but they've put such hatred towards marijuana, weed, that they literally changed the spelling of. And it feels really disrespectful to the point that I am literally trying to readopt marijuana and weed, as in that's okay to say, because even I, inside the medical aspect of it and having to be so tight-lipped and how I verbalized things to keep people out of jail, that I was even stuck on cannabis. It almost bothered me when somebody would say getting high. It was medicating to me for years. We didn't say get high in the store. We didn't say you were getting stoned. We didn't say we're stoners, or it's okay, we're high-ons, or there was no play in it anymore whatsoever. We were medicating with cannabis, and it was only that. And it's not only that either, because it's also marijuana and weed, and we can get high with it, and we do have a mentally good time, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with that either. So allowing them to kind of even maneuver that in our minds is like, wait a minute, we still have two sides. We can sit around and get stoned and use it recreationally, but all use is medical use. And even our recreational users, or our recreational times in using, should be understood as such. All use is medical use. We're still medicating, but we're also smoking a joint to have a good time right now. We're also smoking a joint to liven up a party. When we were at Green Acres, there was others involved, and we would literally dab people out with specific strains at certain temperatures and change the entire dynamic of a room. And the ones that were understanding it as medicine knew exactly what we were putting forward, and we would watch the whole dynamic of the room change based off of the way we just chose to medicate them or get them high, whichever way we want to look at it. Before you knew it, the whole room was having a great time. Everybody felt better. Their ailments were relieved. Their anxiety was relieved. Their depression was lifted, and everybody was having a beautiful time because we understood it as medicine, and they thought they were just getting high. So if we can get them to understand that a little bit more, that they can do that for themselves as well, we come to a whole new world of marijuana as medicine, and the understanding behind it. It can be fun. We can make it fun, but we can also heal your granny and cure your cancer and reverse your thyroid, and we can make you feel better today and tomorrow and next week too. There's so much more to it that people are missing these days still.
I tried to make the change myself to to just moreover use the word cannabis, because the others had such a stigma to it. And as somebody that was encouraging or trying to encourage people to use it as a medicine, I was trying to, break some of the stigma. But a few people have pointed out to me, much like yourself just have, um, we can't be so cancel culture. You know what I mean? All these words are origin words, the history of use. You know what I mean? To take them out of the picture and cancel them is canceling the history of or behind, how what got us to where we are now. It's just different places, different ways of describing the plant they were enjoying. Why should we eliminate or choose one or say one's better than the other? It's silly, but unfortunately we do. We do. And you're right. There's not one better than the other, technically.
Yep, absolutely. It's been an absolute fabulous night, for sure. It's a blessing to have been here with you. And we can definitely probably start wrapping this up. I know we
Yeah,
have a bit to go over as we creep forward to that 420 that I'm looking at here.
very, very wise lady for sure. And we are creeping up on that 420. When we started, did you think you'd roll to the almost the end there?
Well, reality, I talk a lot, clearly. I usually have a lot of words. Clearly, I am a five placement Leo. I do have a lot of words. So I wasn't real sure how it would roll out, to be honest. I was definitely in it for the long haul, and wherever the conversation went was wherever the conversation went. I knew whatever needed to come out would come out. Um, whether people really wanted to hear it or not, it was out. And that's usually the way that it goes. So I am grateful to still be here. I'm thankful to still be here. But no, I wasn't real sure how late I would be able to walk it out.
I'm grateful you made it this far. It's been a great, fun conversation. I had a lot of fun tonight. I know for a fact that Chad has 100% enjoyed this conversation as much as I have. So,
Yeah.
cheers to you. Cheers to Chad. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Some of the other things we need to kind of go through as we creep closer and closer to the 420 hour is obviously the Zoom link that I sent you is now your link to the Weed Nerd World. I officially invite you to come hang out anytime you'd like. No invitation and is needed at this point. Just strictly I want to come hang out thing. I know myself and everyone else enjoys new faces and new conversation. So hopefully you'll take me up on that at some point. Tuck it somewhere safely. If you lose it, I will send it again though.
I'll
So
tuck it away safely.
so please consider and take us up on that at some point. And of course, another thing that I need to get from you is, of course, the good old fashioned soundbite. If you don't know exactly what I'm looking for, basically, my quick version of it would be, "Hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on talking shit with Eagle, episode 756. You can say whatever you want before or after, as long as that's there somewhere. I would greatly appreciate it. And I am ready for that right now.
Hi, this is Angel Smiles. Others know me as Coach Smiles, whatever you prefer. You can absolutely find me at Angel Smiles on Instagram, Angel Side Piece, or even Angel Starlight Tarot here on YouTube. I'm here fucking talking shit with Eagle. Finally, episode 756, I believe it was said. And I encourage all of you to come and step in and watch his episodes whenever and however you can. There's been some amazing stories that have came out. There's amazing stories to come, and I certainly try my best not to miss them at this point. Thank you so much for having me, Eagle.
What an amazing soundbite. And thank you very much uh, for hanging out. It was much worth the wait, 100%. And I have a lot of respect for you. I really do, for all the information and the work you put in. I've seen way too many people do this for the wrong reasons. So I definitely do have a lot of appreciation and admiration for the people that do put in the work, the miles, the conversations. There's a lot, the bridges that are mended and built aren't easy sometimes, as we've kind of talked about tonight. And you're one of those people that I feel have built a lot of bridges and continue to do so. So thank you for coming on, telling your story, and being such a critical part of cannabis for sure.
I appreciate that very, very much. You're definitely one of the ones that was able to recognize very early on, and the support and knowing that kind of support is and was always out there is definitely nice to know. So thanks for being one of the ones that also have been in it for the long haul and doing everything in your power to push the positive message of all of this and where we can lead this and where it's came from and where it's going to continue to go. Thank you.
Right on. So one more time, where can they find you? Where should they find you? Because they should find you and look you up. You've mentioned a few, but one final reminder before we head out on the start the head out process.
Absolutely. We are looking at Instagram. I'm kind of there more than I ever have been before. So 11 underscore angel underscore smiles underscore 11. And then there is content on the Angel Side Piece YouTube channel, Side Piece as in peace, peace. There's content there that is definitely revolved around township meetings and things that we've taken care of or attempted to taken care of. And then there is the Angel Starlight Tarot channel as well, where there is additional content and some pretty good background where I come from, where I've been, what I'm doing, and what I'm going to continue to do. I definitely do read energy. I'm ridiculously sensitive to all energy, really, and that work will continue to be as well. We didn't really get into a lot of that, but I kind of wrap my head around that just as much as I do the cannabis as medicine. Both have been a part of my life since birth, since womb, and so we rock both sides of that fence these days. Feel free to come and visit me wherever you'd like.
Well, I 100% look forward to seeing you in the weed nerd world, but I even more so look forward to seeing you in person in these fun events that Michigan does have. And we do have some of the best events, I think, uh, in the canna community. I think a lot of people in the canna community are somewhat jealous of the stuff we got going on here in Michigan.
True that. True that. That is the upside to a lot of the things that we've talked about tonight. There has been a lot of great events, and there's been a lot of great community and through and around it all. And there are people that kind of should be jealous of what it is and envious of what we've had going on here. And we can all do better, and we can all help them do better, because if they can learn from us and our mistakes in their own states and their own places, then they can avoid a lot of the same pitfalls that our people have fallen in. They can definitely help lead the way in their own areas, to have the same kind of robust, people initiated acts like we've had in play that have helped us do the things that we've been doing here. Um, let's keep working on it. That's all we can do. It's forever growing, always growing. We've always been growing, whether it's a plant or ourselves. And we can continue to grow our people and our states, and hopefully truly get this to a place where we don't have to worry about our people going to jail anymore. We can medicate our people exactly the way we need to, and we can keep curing the cancers and reversing the thyroid conditions and easing the pain and having a good time with a miracle plant that we all love so much.
Gotta love this community. Hillbilly Urban Chat says overtime. Let's talk energy for a bit.
Who wants to talk energy? Hillbilly. Well, I mean, reality speaking, energy is my first language, kind of just as the Instagram says. That runs really, really, really deep in the history. Just a little bit of a brief. My great grandmother was a spiritualist minister who owned a church in Flint when I was very, very young. And as much as I didn't get to experience that church in those days or before she passed away, I definitely did get to experience it afterwards when I sought it out. And understanding what my great grandmother was capable of, and what she was doing was absolutely amazing. So she was able to do a lot of energy work, trumpets, tarot cards. I can remember my mom saying it was amazing. She could pick up any deck and just read any deck. She didn't even have to know it. And there's reasons for that that are logical, because there's a story to tarot. There's a story to a deck. So once you kind of understand the energy of each card and the energy of the story, yeah, you can almost pick up any deck and read the energy. If you have an extreme intuition and an extreme sensitivity to the energies that are around you, there's going to be things that are said, that come through, and that's just on kind of that playful level of playing with a deck of cards. I've had a deck of playing cards in my hands since I was very young, and I didn't understand why I loved to shuffle the cards or why I loved the numbers or even the colors. Red, black, and white. It's the color. It's the balance. Red, black, and white is balance. I didn't realize that when I was younger, but there's a lot of things that get intertwined into the energy and the spirituality and how deep that runs for me. And a lot of that is already on the Angel Starlight Tarot. The reason that is Angel Starlight, kind of a cool little twist. Legitimately, that was supposed to be my name. My mother's side of the family, they're Lights. Light is their last name. When my mom had me, the first 3 days of my life, my name was Amanda Starlight. My real father's family came into the hospital room very upset about the name Amanda. My mother's alternate choice was what it was, the Angelique K. Reynolds. With that being said, later in through the conversation, she always regretted falling into the negative energy of allowing them to take her out of her power. And she often said, had I been thinking, you would have been Angel Starlight. And that would have been your name. As much as it was Angelique, I was always Angel everywhere except for school. And Angelique was actually after the old Dark Shadows soap opera, after a dark witch. She was a dark witch. Well, the stars and the lights and the angels aren't very dark. they don't work out in the dark very well. So ultimately, what kind of has transpired through my life is this energetic pull between two sides of the fence, kind of battling for me. And it's a lot of energy that I've been able to read and play out and understand. And that's intertwined with then astrology on deep levels, birth charts on deep levels. And it all means something and creates something. And when you then incorporate marijuana into that as well, it's kind of amazing how intertwined it all is. You really start to understand energy on a lot of different levels, whether it's the people around you, or the planetary action happening in the sky, or the energies within your own birth chart, or the connecting the energies of your past with your present. It's feeling the energy and being able to do that. So energy, stones, I'm rolling one in my hand right now as we speak, clear crystal in my hand. I have my rose quartz is sitting right here, and my other new piece of rose quartz is sitting right here. And you got my sun, because I'm of course a 5 placement Leo, and we can't ever forget, dream. We need to dream. And this here is my great Graham's crystal. So I'm always surrounded. Here's my chakra bag. It's all sitting right here with me. It's been protection throughout my very negative life that I didn't know I had. And here we are today. And I sit in a pile of tarot cards and crystals and cannabis and past, present, and future. And here we are. So there's a little bit of your energy, Hillbilly. We'll definitely do some more of that. I'm on a jabbering monster kick now.
That's funny. As far as like the stones go, I'm reaching in my pocket.
20.
Constantly carry some myself, and I got a couple of cool ones from you, but now I see this is my little stone pouch that I keep on my person, but I keep some all the time with me in my vehicle. And I recently flew cross country there. You recognize that dude?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
One of the coolest places. everybody was asking me. Thank you very much for these. By the way,
Yeah.
I have in my person what I always carry with me too. This tiger eye as well. Oh,
Nice.
something, but I have a pretty nice collection of stones myself. But what I was getting to as of my last, I just went to San Francisco, and one of my favorite things that I seen there was a store full of stones and crystals, and they had probably one of the best selections I've ever seen in my life. They have orbs and all, and I said all the things I could have seen or did see or spent time on. I think I spent the most time in the stone store there where they had all the stones and quartz and the crystals, all that good stuff. I spent more time in there one by one, all of these nice stones, touching them, seeing what they were doing, and the awesome shapes. And it was cool. It was cool.
Awesome. That is awesome because I'm sure that was a bulk of energy from every realm. And when it comes to the crystals and the energy that we pull from them, I mean, we don't have to know that we're pulling that from them. It's just going to happen. So when we're in a room full of them like that, your body is once again absorbing exactly what it needed to absorb out of that room. And I'm sure you touched or you laid your eyes on every single piece that you were supposed to be seeing and absorbing at that point. And that is freaking amazing. Congrats. Congrats for that recharge.
Some awesome witches told me a long time ago that not to buy by eye, but to buy by feel. And I never really considered that, but that's most definitely. I don't purchase anymore about over like beauty than necessarily the beauty of the stone. It's 100% the energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. One of my favorite things also to do is to purchase mystery boxes from reputable online sellers. And then I know that the crystals and the pieces that are supposed to be coming to me automatically come to me. And it's like a surprise of energies coming. I'll have to send you the link to one of my girls that does an amazing job. Her work is reputable and she does great. And she's one of the ones that does the mystery boxes. Super fun.
I like it. I like it. That's a good mindset. The ones that are supposed to find you will find you. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Definitely a great way to collect. That's for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. Good stuff.
Well, Miss Angel, we have as a 424, 424 in the AM. It's we have officially reached that mark. And as I take a quick hit of this pen, cheers to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I actually really like this thing. We got the same one. Cheers, Uncle Mike.
Uncle Mike Boulder W2, and it is a worthy tool. Like it just is a worthy tool.
Definitely good. It's a good pen for sure. All right, Miss Angel, I'll let you get down with your whatever you're gonna do next. But it was a pleasure hanging out with you this evening. Don't just hang out and chat any now. You have the power to come hang and put your input in on the panels. So please take me up on that.
I will most definitely be around for sure. Hands down, it was a pleasure. It was a joy. I can't wait to go back to the chat and see what was going on in there while I can't do that double focus thing right now. And thank you for having me. And I want to say you called out 424. That's a 10 breaking down to a 1. It happens to also be a 1 in our date tonight. So the date that we did this, as well as the time that we're now heading out, rolls down to the numerology number 1. There's all kinds of great energy attached to a 10 and then even that 1. So thank you so much for having me, Eagle.
No worries. For the rest of you guys, hopefully you know the deal. Thank you for tuning in. Moreover, do not forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness really do change lives. As long as it comes from the heart, it will have a huge impact. With that being said, one final thank you for joining me this evening. You have a wonderful night, and I hope to see you sometime very soon.
I will be around. Good night.